Thank you. My name is Brenda McGill, Brenda McGill. As previously stated, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Children have rights, but let me be clear. The idea that children's rights are to do as they wish inherently conflicts with the established children's right to be protected from all forms of exploitation. Natural children's rights supersede governmental decree. Furthermore, government exists to protect natural rights. What are our state values? Is Nebraska in an image competition with coastal states? Or do we, as a Midwestern state, set our own standard? Nebraska has been proud to offer the good life, a place where families can raise their young amid an environment of the sanctity of family and American values. But where is the good life in the modern era's exploitation of children? I'm referring to the medical transitioning industry with a projection of significant unprecedented growth potential. Medical transitioning procedures do not offer children liberation. Rather, they put children and future generations under subjugation by subverting parental authority and disregarding children's natural right to protection. Our children are the greatest natural treasure, indeed a heritage from the Lord, not a commodity to be cashed in on.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We will take our next testifier and support from this side of the room, please.
My name is Kathy Adams, spelled Kathyadams. I am from Kearney, Nebraska, and thank you, Senator Hansen, for welcoming us here today. And thank you, Senator Kauth, for introducing this bill and working so hard on it. 19 and a half years ago, a baby was conceived, but the mother was not positive who the father was. The man she thought to be the probable father requested a paternity test, but then the baby girl was born with the same color of hair and eyes, resembling the baby pictures. No test was needed. The mother had an older daughter from a previous relationship. She felt that since she and the older daughter called him by his first name, that it would be appropriate and less confusing for the younger daughter to call him by his first name as well, instead of daddy. The couple eventually married but remained dysfunctional. Both had their faults. Father's job had him working out of town 1 week, and then the next week he would be at home. So mom pretty much took over the household. The wife was headstrong, impulsive, irresponsible, and was in control. This girl went through a lot of wondering who she was. And she felt unaccepted at her school. She went on to start wearing eccentric clothing, fishneck stockings, black clothing. She felt like she wasn't accepted at her school, so then the parents moved her and her older sister to Kearney High School, where she got in with another group that she felt accepted by. And there was a bisexual boy that was paying her attention. Moving on, mom got a new job, and as time went on, would come home later and later from work many times. And then she admitted that she had decided that she was lesbian. Another real confusing thing for this girl. This girl ended up having transitional surgery, her breast removed at 17 years old, 5 days before her high school graduation. I asked her why there was such a big hurry to have this done. There was no big hurry. She was not suicidal, and that girl is my granddaughter.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We will take the next testifier and support from this side of the room, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Allie French, ALLIEFRENCH. I am representing Nebraskans Against Government Overreach. Before I get started, I know some people are going, well, what the heck is a group against government overreach doing? Being a supporter of a bill that a lot of people feel gets in the way of the patient-doctor relationship and even parents making decisions for their own children. However, if you take a look at the science, and trust me, I've gotten plenty, even from our opposition. We don't take information just from one side. As of recent, I've talked with Derek Landers, who is a employee for one of the transgenders clinics here in Omaha that provides therapy to minors. So I can assure you, I am getting science from both sides of the aisle here. If you take a look at this science, you will see that it is experimental. Every single last bit of it. If you take a look at the American College of Pediatrics, you'll see on their website that they state there is not a single long-term study to demonstrate the safety or efficacy of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries for transgender believing youth. This means that youth transition is experimental, and therefore parents cannot provide informed consent, nor can minors provide assent for these interventions. Moreover, the best long-term evidence we have among adults shows that medical intervention fails to reduce suicide. If you go on to read from the University of San Francisco, you will find that many of these treatments last for at least until you reach the age of 50, especially if you've had your ovaries removed. You have a lifelong treatment. You may cause your blood to thicken and experience strokes. While gender-affirming hormone therapy usually results in improvement in mood, some people may experience mood swings or worsening of anxiety, depression, or other mental health conditions as a result of this shift. Other medical conditions may be impacted by gender-affirming hormone therapy. Through research, though research is lacking, more time is needed, and these people don't have the ability to make an informed decision, which is why our group opposes or supports 574 and opposes their ability to get that treatment or surgical adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? We'll take the next testifier and support on this side, please. Welcome.
I'm Sherry Jones, SHERRYJONES. In the current state of our world, I believe LB 574 is absolutely necessary to protect our children. And that is exactly what this act is about, protecting our children from making life-altering decisions they are truly not capable of making, considering their frontal cortex is not fully developed. Any of us who have been around children or have raised them know that a child may have difficulty choosing which cold cereal to have for breakfast. If they have difficulty with a decision such as this, which has no lasting ramifications, how can they possibly make decisions of great magnitude which may decrease their bone mass, cause joint problems, impair their memory, render them sterile for life, and increase their risk of suicide? If a child is truly experiencing gender dysphoria, how about helping them embrace their biological sex through counseling rather than sending them down a medical pathway of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and mutilating surgeries? This bill, LB 574, will not restrict adults from making such decisions for themselves, and I think that's important. We're talking about children, individuals under the age of 19. Having been a teacher for 35 years, working with children in grades K through 9th grade, I can assure you they are not developmentally capable of making a life-impacting decision such as this. Again, this act is about safeguarding our children. How can we protect our children from greedy medical practitioners who are disregarding their oath to do no harm? How can we protect our children from pharmaceutical companies with dollar signs in their eyes? How can we protect our children from activists with a social agenda to advance? The Let Them Grow Act offers this protection. I will leave you with an admonishment that I believe will be wise to contemplate and seems applicable for a time and topics such as this. It is from the book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 9. What sorrow awaits those who argue with their creator? Does a clay pot argue with its maker? Does the clay dispute with the one who shapes it, saying, stop, you're doing it wrong? End of quote. Let's help our children embrace the way they are fearfully and wonderfully made. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll take the next testifier and support on this side of the room, please.
My name is Cammie Riley, Kamiriley, and I'm a proponent for LB 574. I think we all need to take a step back and look at the children that are part of the trans community. I'm thinking specifically about the group that's in their late teen and early 20s that have already started to transition or have plans to. Some of those individuals will probably speak to you today with heartbreaking stories and plead for you not to advance this bill. It's understandable that they feel that way because they're the ones being affected by the results of these bills. This bill is telling them they can't have what they think they want. What person under the age of 19 wants to be told no? I want to be clear that I don't think we should dismiss their stories or their pain. These children are victims of an ideology that is purposely being pushed on them to destroy them and the family unit. They're being told lies by adults with an agenda that don't care about them as long as they accomplish their goal. They're innocent victims and my heart breaks for them. Everything they're feeling is real. The sadness, loneliness, hopelessness, fear, anger, it's all real. They believe they found a way to be happy by changing their gender, and now you're going to take their happiness away from them. You're the enemy in their eyes. When they found the LGBT community and were welcomed in with what they thought was unconditional love and acceptance, they were quickly turned against their families and anyone outside the community that didn't affirm their feelings. They've been made to believe that anyone who isn't in the LGBTQ community hates them, and especially those that are Christians. They've been trained to be activists for the cause, told their families don't love them, and that the community is now their family. Sadly, as many have come to find out, if you choose to leave the LGBT community, you'll lose those so-called friends and will be considered an enemy also. The love of the LGBT community is not unconditional. The love of a parent is. And sometimes we have to love them enough to tell them no. No, this is not in your best interest. And I'm doing this because I love you. Senators, I ask that you show them that kind of love by supporting LB 574.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. We'll take the next testifier in support. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Senators. My name is Marnie Hodgen, Marni Hodgen. I just want to start off by saying I had a great speech written, but when Senator Kauf got up and gave her opening statements with all the science and the studies, it was exactly what I had planned to say. So, puberty blockers, the suicide prevention as a fear-based argument to convince parents to utilize gender-affirming care, but then the Sweden study was shown that actually people who have transitioned, they still have mental health problems afterwards, and the suicide risk is 19 times higher. So just want to reiterate that. Now I'm going to kind of go off the cuff. We have safeguards in place for a reason, and that's to protect the most vulnerable in our society, our children. I urge you all to protect our children from the irreversible, permanent, life-altering, and potential health complicating issues that stem from gender dysphoria. I first of all really just also want to say I'm praying and hoping that you are all taking to heart the raw, courageous testimonies of the invited guests. I just really wanted to tell them I commend you. I really applaud what you are doing because it takes bravery to share your stories of detransitioning. It takes guts to go against the grain of what was once your community. So thank you. Kids always think they know what is best for themselves. And I just gotta say, I'm tired of seeing this society that we're adapting this permissiveness and this indulgence of their confusion. And we need to get back to being an authoritative parenting style as a society where we are nurturing and responsive to them. We're not dismissing them, but we still need to set firm limits. And that is exactly what this bill does. It gives them time, gives them maturity, allows brain development to occur. And that's really what, that's 100% why I support this bill. And I'm sorry I'm a little not great at speaking at the top of my head, but thank you so much for your patience today.
Thank you for coming. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll take the next testifier. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Angie Eberspacher, Angieberspachher, and I'm here today in support of LB 574, the Let Them Grow Act. While earning my degrees in early childhood and elementary education at UNL, I was required to take courses in child development. There are many scientific biological facts that have remained constant. XX chromosomes are female, XY chromosomes are male, and brain and emotional maturation doesn't occur until you reach the mid to late 20s. The National Institute of Mental Health, NIH, website provides insight into the maturation of adolescent brains. This passage is taken directly from NIH. Though the brain may be done growing in size, it does not finish developing and maturing until the mid to late 20s. The front part of the brain, called the prefrontal cortex, is one of the last brain regions to mature. This area is responsible for skills like planning, prioritizing, and controlling impulses. Because these skills are still developing, teens are more likely to engage in risky behaviors without considering the potential results for their decisions. Science tells us that teenagers are not prepared to make life-altering decisions about their bodies. Minors who take puberty-blocking hormones or undergo double mastectomies or castration do not have the brain development to make such irreversible decisions. There are further studies by Dr. Paul McHugh, former president chair of Department of Psychiatry at Johns Hopkins, and Dr. Kenneth Zucker of the Clark Institute in Canada have cited studies that 70 to 80% of these children outgrow their gender dysphoria and accept their original gender. LB 574 would provide time for adolescents to grow, to physically and mentally mature before undergoing impulsive, irreversible surgical procedures. I ask that you advance this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll take the next testifier in support. You guys are doing good. 2 minutes, you're nailing it right on. All right.
Hello, my name is Ashley Jarman, ASHLEYJARMIN. I was going to tell you a story about my son, how when he was little, he was convinced he was a Ninja Turtle. However, I am sure most of you can recall a time when your child wanted to be a princess, a fairy, a dinosaur, or whatever they were excited about at the time. As I was working out my comments, I realized I was basically writing my own version of Matt Walsh's Johnny the Walrus. So instead, today I will tell you my story. I'm a child of divorce, like many in the 80s and 90s. Divorce always causes some form or degree of trauma. Mine was relationally. I didn't trust easily, and I was very socially awkward. I was more tomboy than girly girl, and I didn't fit in. I felt very isolated and alone a lot of the time. I didn't like how I looked. I didn't like the things my peers liked. I was alone. Like many young girls, I was often asked about my future. Did I want to get married and have kids? Did I want to work? Did I want a career and a family? My response as a young child into my late teens was that I did not want to get married. It was absolutely something I did not want. At 19, I married. I now have 4 children. Had I been able to pursue that, my life could be very, very different. Please protect our vulnerable children. Please advance this bill.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. We'll take our next testifier. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm going to take a little different twist. I'd like to see this bill to include school and college employees. And a 3rd grade girl in Lincoln came to her grandmother and asked, "Am I a girl? Will I always be a girl?"
Can I
sad.
interrupt you for 1 second? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you spell your first and last name for us?
Yes, S period, Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I
Sorry.
just got excited there. Anyway, the little girl said, "Am I a girl? Will I always be a girl?" How sad to ask such questions. Teachers who plant seeds of transgenderism are involved in child abuse. These teachers are cultural Marxists. They want to normalize transgenderism. So I have some suggested changes here. Section 1 of the bill talks about unprofessional conduct and includes conduct that is detrimental to the public interest, including but not limited to. So I assume this includes educators. So that there's no misunderstanding, I recommend that Section 1, Item 17 be added K through 12 school and college employees indoctrinating children in gender ideology. Section 5, 1, line 7, no healthcare provider, I think you should add, or K through 12 school or college employees shall refer an individual younger than 19 years of age for gender altering procedures. And Section 5, Item 2, line 12 should also include the same phrase after the word practitioner. And then Section 7 talks about civil action. I think you should include K through 12 school and college employees in that section also. Also, I'd recommend that you increase the age to 25 rather than 19. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Any questions from the committee? Just make sure, not seeing any. Thank you. Take the next testifier on this side of the room, please.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Ward Greisen, W-A-R-D-G-R-E-I-S-E-N, and I'm testifying here in support of LB 574. I've been hearing more and more about the harm that is done to young kids through gender-affirming care. What once was a small percentage of kids being diagnosed with gender dysphoria has become something completely different. There has been a spike in the Western world of kids with transgender identification. Teenage girls seeking treatment in the UK has seen a decade-to-decade increase of over 4,400%. Think about that for a second. I don't think anybody is denying gender dysphoria exists, but we need to understand what the drivers are for the massive increase in cases while pausing on these irreversible treatments for kids. Peer-reviewed study showed before this became a politicized issue that 80 to 90% of children reverted back to their biological sex if left alone. That doesn't mean we don't treat negative emotions these kids may have, like depression and anxiety. What it does mean is we allow kids to grow and mature to the point where they're capable of making these significant lifelong decisions regarding treatments. We've heard a lot about what's going on in Europe and the UK and the Tavistock clinic. And I urge everybody to kind of take that to heart. You might ask why in Nebraska we would pay attention to what's going on, across the world and what lessons can we learn. But think about it this way. If a child can burn his hand on a stovetop in Europe, they can burn their hand on a stovetop in Nebraska, and we need to think about that. So we need to apply those lessons here. And that's why I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier in support on this side of the room. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. My name's Rich Riley, excuse me, R-I-C-H-R-I-L-E-Y. I'm a proponent for LB 574. Those of you that are parents know that children change their mind, sometimes within a minute, sometimes it changes with the season, but you always know they will change their mind, and almost everything is given enough time. Let's remember back to the days of being a teenager and what it was like to have all of those insecurities and confusing feelings. I'm sure we all remember the loneliness that we felt at some point, how it felt to be left out or picked on or just ignored by the people you wanted to be friends with. Those feelings like I'm not smart or pretty or athletic as others, nobody likes me, I'm just weird. Not to mention how awkward and alone we felt when puberty hit. But in those days, our parents understood the facts. The fact that children don't have the capability to make important decisions that will have lasting consequences. They knew that the science showed our brains that fully developed until 25. Most of us here today can probably say we did things before we were 25 that we wish we hadn't. Thankfully, many of us can look back at their bad choices, laugh because they were choices they didn't have long-term consequences. So let me ask you, has the science changed? No, because the science is facts. Facts don't change. So why would we consider letting a child make a life-altering decision that will have permanent, irreversible effects? Children change their minds. That's why we do what we do. Doesn't matter if it's 3 or 16, they still change their minds. And these teens and young adults that you're hearing from who believe down in their soul that they know what's right for them, they may feel very different in 5 to 10 years, or by then it's too late. the damage will be done. To let a child make a decision to mutilate their body is abuse. I know it's time. I just ask that you guys do the right thing, and just, they won't say thank you now, but someday they'll look back and be glad that they were, that you were strong team of Nebraska senators that cared enough to tell them no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll take the next testifier on this side of the room, please.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Kathy Fauché, Kathy, F as in Frank, Aucher. Last year, I am a parent in Bennington, Nebraska. Last year, the school administrators in my school district exercised poor judgment when they showed a video to high school students without first obtaining consent from the parents. The video instructed on promoting gender ideology, catching many students off guard, and putting teachers who don't agree with the content of the video in a highly uncomfortable position. A high school girl was interviewed in the video and stated that there is nothing wrong with being a lesbian, and some people like multiple genders. Another girl stated, "I identify as a bisexual woman." Yet another girl in the video stated, "I identify as pansexual." This girl then explained that some peers tell her, "Oh, you are bisexual." She stated, "This is not the same as being pansexual," and this mislabeling was offensive to her. When I questioned the video, the school administration responded to me by claiming that they must teach gender ideology because of Title IX. The school is mandated to provide training on how children view themselves. The problem is, children are not organically coming up with new gender identities. They are fed these ideas from social media, their peers, and the curriculum that's barreling down from the U.S. Department of Education. I have talked to exasperated parents, some Democrats, some Republicans. The point being, these parents don't vote the same way. Nevertheless, they told me stories about their minor children and their adult children coming home from Nebraska schools, middle schools, high schools, and the universities, declaring themselves as pansexual or not being a woman, but now they must go by they, them.
Kathy, sorry to interrupt you. Your red
2
light
minutes?
came on.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep, let's just see if there's any questions. Any questions from the committee? All right, no. Thank you for sharing your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll take the next testifier in support from this side of the room. If there's any left, we got one here.
Yeah, there you go.
Welcome.
My name is Alex Stevens, ALEX STEPHENS, and a quick correction of the record. Testosterone is a Schedule III class drug. If you, Senator Kavanaugh, know anyone who is prescribing the drug without a prescription, please report them to the proper authorities, which actually gets to my point. Many speakers today have told you about all the harms effectuating sex in the form of surgery can do to minors. But I don't believe that is all that needs to be heard before banning the practice towards minors. Another aspect is how it's advanced to children, both by medical agency surgeons and government workers, such as school personnel. A common refrain made by those who profit off of the surgeries is that they are the only intervention that is possible for gender dysphoria. There are several problems with that. First off is that most people who get these surgeries have never been properly diagnosed with gender dysphoria. So-called gender specialists are unfortunately now little more than drug dealers who give out permission slips to obtain the surgery and the prescription drug because they can actually obtain money by the pharmaceutical company and the surgeons for having done so. They are not trained to look for other common comorbidities that cause gender dysphoria, especially autism, depression, and anxieties over being a teenager, and substance abuse. Genital mutilation won't fix a broken home. It won't give someone two parents. It won't stop drug use. It's a solution that's marketed towards the most vulnerable in our society. And to say it's marketed isn't inaccurate. From children's books to gender surgeons actually marketing their product to 8-year-olds on TikTok. This stuff is actually marketed because it's incredibly profitable. And we actually have seen many hospitals say that their only way they are going to maintain their current status is through making enough money through sexual effectuating surgeries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Well, we have one question here. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was speaking incorrectly about testosterone boosters, so
Yeah,
thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, estradiol can be a non-prescribed drug in the form of certain birth control in certain portions.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier. Just really quickly, I got a show of hands. How many are left to testify in support? Okay, all right. I think what we'll do is we'll actually go until 5 o'clock. We'll go an extra 10 minutes, squeeze a few more in if we can. We'll do the same for the opposition as well. So you're all set?
Dr. Hanson, good to see you. Thank you for your patience. My name is Ben Tapper, B-E-N-T-A-P-P-E-R. Let me remind you that we used to do frontal lobotomies up to the year of 1954, and most of the medical establishment adopted that as a good idea. I believe we're going to look back in 50 years and realize how terrible of an idea that these gender affirmation surgeries really are. And make no mistake, gender dysphoria is an identity crisis. And I believe that our identity is found in Christ. And unless we realize that and recognize that, we'll never fulfill that void. No surgical procedure, no pill, no medical procedure will ever fill that void unless we recognize our true identity is found in Him. First and foremost, I study vaccinations and I study wellness and epigenetics. I study the developmental stages in the nervous system. Make no mistake, we have DNA, protein, and cell lines from female and male cell lines that are in these vaccines. To give you an example, WI38 is a female cell line from lung from a 3-month-old gestational fetus that's used in the polio, MMR, hepatitis B, and influenza vaccines. My question is, what does that have on the nervous system in a developing stage from an epigenetic influence? I'm not saying that this is the direct cause of all gender dysphoria. Obviously, there's social media influence from the LGBTQ, and also I think from these vaccinations. This is a gross overreach from the pharmaceutical industry. We need to restrain the power of the pharmaceutical industry, the medical establishment, because this has nothing to do with health. This has everything to do with financial gain and an agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tapper. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll take the next testifier. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ben Stangl, B-E-N-S-T-A-N-G-L, and I've got a song for you. Everybody's fancy, everybody's fine. Your body's fancy, and so is mine. And that song was sung by the civil rights progressive Mr. Rogers, who in that song said, boys are boys from the beginning, girls are girls right from the start. And so I support LB 574. I think it's a defense of a standard. So I'm going to cut to the chase and say, there's a standard here. It's apparent to everyone, apparent to Mr. Rogers, apparent to children, apparent to all of us, that from the beginning, we were made male and female. And this is not optional for parents to even change or decide differently for their children. That's for adults, mature adults, to deviate from that standard if they so choose. So I support LB 574, and I would go on to say that if there's anyone who has confusion about this, that there's answers. And many reasons, already stated today why LB 574 is important, but the answers are also found in the Bible. So look in Psalm 139. I would encourage anyone who's struggling today to read from Psalm 139. With that, I take any questions.
Thank you. I think it's the first time in 4 years I've had anybody sing during a hearing, so let alone Mr. Rogers. So thank you for that. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Take the next testifier in support, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for hearing us out. My name is Karen Anderson, Karenanderson. I'm going to do the tomboy testimony and join a couple of the other ones. I think it is morally wrong and unethical to encourage or convince children they must be transgender if they feel uncomfortable in their bodies, which is normal when growing up, especially during puberty. Children change their minds many times throughout childhood, and they do not have the maturity, wisdom, or understanding to make such drastic, life-changing decisions that may be irreversible. When I was growing up, I too wanted to be a tomboy. I can remember as far back as kindergarten, and I would beg my mom to wear boys' clothes and to cut my hair short. It was called the pixie back then, and she'd let me do it in the summertime, and if I really begged her, she'd let me wear boys' clothes. And all it was I thought it was more fun to be a boy. I thought their clothes were more comfortable. They got to do things that I wanted to do, like play football or go and pretend to play guns outside. And so I just think it would have been very devastating to me if I had some of the things going on now, if I had different parents, teachers, school counselors, psychologists that would actually encourage me that I probably should be a male. Because that would have been devastating mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually, because once I hit puberty, I could care less about being a boy. That completely went away. So I just urge you to think about how children are they change, like has said before, they change their minds so much and they're so vulnerable. And it doesn't take much for someone to whisper in their ear and tell them something, that, well, you must be transgender if you don't feel comfortable in your own body, or you must be transgender because you don't like the sound of your voice on a recording. I think that we need to be reasonable, and this surely is about the rights of the children. It isn't a
Ms.
matter.
Anderson, sorry,
Okay.
I interrupt you. Sorry, red light came on.
Thank you. That's okay.
All right, thank you. We'll take our next testifier in support, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. My name is Aaron Gilliland, Aaron Gilliland. Greetings, Senators. I encourage you today to support the Let Them Grow Act without amendment from our more liberal colleagues. This act will cease the sexual mutilation of children done in the name of a social contagion. 10 years ago, Chris Beck, a decorated Navy SEAL, having chosen to transition to a woman under the name Kristen, was appearing on a news broadcast to debate the new trend. This debate was probably the most infamous and perhaps contentious transgender discussion to date. It sparked a cultural phenomenon. Ben Shapiro stood his ground and asked the question, why are we mainstreaming delusion? After this discussion, things even got more heated. Kristen eventually physically threatened Shapiro. However, 10 years later, after this facts don't care about your feelings discussion, Mr. Beck has chosen to detransition and live his life as God made him. Chris is happier than ever to finally not be living under a delusion. Mr. Beck describes being pushed into psychological evaluations post-combat at the Veterans Administration, which led to misdiagnosis, incorrect intervention, and eventually living a lie as Kristen. Every medical doctor that testifies against this bill should be looked at with the same disdain as a tobacco lobbyist. They most likely stand to financially benefit from these children's mutilation. Remember, there are years of pharmaceutical research and surgical profit from each of these confused children. Last thing I'll say, going off script, I want to really commend Mr. Nugent and others who are here who are going through this process of trying to combat this ideology. You've heard from them directly. They're victims of this. We need to listen to them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Take the next testifier in support, please. Welcome.
Thanks, Senator Henson, and to the other senators on the committee. I'm going to abbreviate. My name is Steve Davies, Stevedavies. And I just want to leave you with the impression that this so-called gender affirming care is a life sentence. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we'll take our next testifier in support, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Scott Thomas, SCOTTTHOMAS. I'm with Village in Progress, Nebraska. To the best of my knowledge, we're the only organization in the state of Nebraska dedicated exclusively to the preservation of human rights in the state of Nebraska. And as such, I would support the prohibition of this practice as a matter of international treaty in accordance with the UDHR Article 25, Section 2. And I'm willing to take any questions from the senators.
Okay. Are there any questions from the senators?
Thank you so much for keeping it going as long as you can, man.
Yeah,
I
we're getting
appreciate
there.
y'all so much.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I will take our next testifier in support, please.
Hi.
Welcome.
Brittany Holtmeyer, Brittany Holtmeyer. I was recently elected and sworn in as the Papillion La Vista School Board member. I'm testifying on my own behalf, and I do not represent my district. This world has so much division, and I'm a mom of two, and just being out there in the hallway this morning, I could just feel the difference between how they were treating the ones that were out there treating us than the compassion that they are showing. And I myself, Christian mom, I love everybody. I don't care if you want to be Spider-Man one day. I don't care if you want to be a cat. I don't care if you want to be the opposite sex. Whatever you are, I will always love somebody. I just always have to remind myself that because God has made us each fearfully and wonderfully made, as it's been said already, and to love one another as I have loved you. Let them grow. I can't believe we're here talking and debating about should we allow or not allow children under 19 to mutilate their bodies. These same children who want to be Spider-Man when they get older, the next week they want to be a police officer. My 6-year-old who changes his hairstyle every time he gets it cut. These are children. Let them be little, and their innocence is it's actually being fastly taken away. We have so much influence in this world to become transgender, be the opposite sex. Where does this come from? One thing that I can think of is cell lines in the vaccines. There's over 14 different vaccines that contain aborted fetal cell lines. Or maybe it's 13.1 from the insert, not tested for impairment or fertility or mutagenesis. Other influences from counselors, friends, celebrities, books, and movies shown in school, to filling out surveys in school. It gets kids thinking, should I be this way? Should I think this way? Should I feel this way? And maybe I'll try this. Schools, are they really a safe place, or are they a place where it's slowly becoming a healthcare center? I had spoken about a child at the last hearing in high school, speaking with a counselor behind a parent's back about becoming the opposite sex. This has got to stop. These children are our future, and they are collateral damage. Thank you.
Thank you. How many more testifiers do we have? Okay, we'll just finish it off really quick then. So, you guys, whichever one wants to come up next. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. My name is Ben Wamberg. It's BenWamberg. Representatives and members of political authority in the state of Nebraska. One's decisions shouldn't be at the behest of another unless harm is going to be done. Perhaps most appropriately when the harm is actually aimed at oneself. Following the goal of the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm, we must safeguard ourselves against the referendum and redefinition of harm without great cause. These are like legitimately treacherous intellectual waters that you guys are trying to navigate today. I don't envy the task, but I very much appreciate that you're taking the time to do it. Whatever one's personal feelings about the procedures in question, the facts are that the effects of puberty blockers, e.g. chemical castration drugs, and those even more invasive procedures on offer as a solution to gender dysphoria are neither benign nor benevolent. And while it may be equally difficult to argue that they are malignant or malevolent, there is no doubt that we know obvious willingness of pharmaceutical conglomerates to forego honesty for the sake of profits. Fighting for the use of these procedures and drugs on children, therefore, is morally wrong. It's not to say ever that we want to take freedom away. Personal choice must be maintained. But we also cannot ignore the fact that children in the process of development will change their minds. We're not just making choices for this generation. We're condemning and removing their procreative abilities, their ability to pass on their own values to the generation that comes after them. I beg you, don't take these kids' children away from them. Don't allow it to be done for the sake of what might potentially turn out to be fad psychology. That's all I got.
Thank you for the testimony. And we'll take one more testifier in support. And as a reminder, if those either watching this or listening right now, if you did not have a chance to testify in person, you can always fill out the white sheets that are being handed around or that are in the room and write down your position so it's on the record. So that way you can at least have your voice heard in one aspect. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sarah Foch. That's SARAFOCHS. Everything has really been touched on that I had planned to say, but you guys were handed a form that was for 13 to 18-year-olds, I believe by Amber Parker, handed them out. I have one question to ask you guys, and that is, do any of you feel like a 13-year-old is old enough to have sex? If a child is too young to be having sex, they are too young to be changing their sex. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you. Any questions to make sure? All right, there are none. All right, so what we're going to do now, since the time has been allotted, we will exit the room of the proponents, and then we will work the opponents in here and start their testimony. So we'll take a short break for about 10 minutes. Everybody connected, over here. All right. Good evening now, and welcome to the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Senator Ben Hansen. I represent the 16th Legislative District, which is Washington, Burt, Cumming, and parts of Stanton counties, and I serve as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. I would like to invite the members of our committee to introduce themselves, starting on my left with Senator Day.
Good evening, Senator Jen Day, Legislative District 49 in Sarpy County.
Hi, my name is Lynn Walls, and I represent Legislative District 15, which is Dodge County and Valley.
I'm Merv Rippey. I represent District 12, which is southwest Omaha, and the good folks of Ralston.
Also assisting the committee is our legal counsel, Benson Wallace, and our committee clerk, Christina Campbell. And our pages for today are Peyton and Ethan. At least we got them around for a little bit longer anyway. So just a few notes about the policy and procedures about how this meeting is going to be run. If you do have a cell phone, please silence it or turn it off if you could, please. On each of the tables near the doors to the hearing room, you will find green testifier sheets. If you're planning to testify today, please fill one out and hand it to Christina or one of the pages when you come up to testify. This will help keep an accurate record of the hearing. If you are not testifying on the microphone, but want to go on record as having a position on a bill being heard today, there are white sign-in sheets at each entrance where you may leave your name and other pertinent information. So people here in the room or people outside listening, if you do not get a chance to testify due to time constraints, that's the next best way to do it. So your voice is on the record and your opinion is as well. So we can have that actually, so the senators know where everyone kind of stands. Also, I would note if you are not testifying but have an online position comment to submit, the legislature's policy is that all comments for the record must have been received by the committee by noon the day prior to the hearing. Any handouts submitted by testifiers will also be included as part of the record as exhibits. We would ask if you do have any handouts that you please bring 10 copies and give them to the page. We will be using a light system for testifying today. Each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. When you begin, the light will turn green. When the light turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute left. When the light turns red, it is time to end your testimony, and we ask that you will wrap up your final thoughts as quick as you can. And I don't mean to be mean, but if you go too far past the red, I might have to interrupt you, so I apologize already. When you come to testify, please begin by stating your name clearly into the microphone, and please spell both your first and last names. The hearing on each bill will begin with the introducers. Oh, we don't have to worry about that part. That's good. We got that one done. On a side note, the reading of testimony that is not your own is not allowed unless it's previously approved. And we do have a strict no prop policy in this committee. So if you happen to have a prop or a picture or something you want to bring up, maybe just kind of hold on to it yourself so we can kind of be fair to everybody else. Also, on a side note, let's please try not to make any noise so we can make sure we can get as many testifiers in as we can and we can hear everybody clearly. So I know sometimes either questions that are asked or testifiers that come up say some stuff, you might feel like you want to clap. Please don't. or yell or do something else. We'll just do our best to kind of hold the fort down if we can, please. So if you can, if you're willing to leave after you testify, I think that's what we're going to try to do here after we get done with the invited testimony, so we can kind of work more people in from the outside. When you are done testifying, please exit out that door right there, so we can kind of shuffle people in and kind of move around a little bit here. So we'll do our best to get as many people heard as we can. So the time, what we will do for the testifying of opposition is the exact same thing we did for those in support. We're going to go 3 hours, but we're actually going to go 3 hours and 15 minutes. And let's see, that will start when we have our first testimony. So with that, we will welcome up our first testifier in support, and you're more than willing to go.
All right. Good evening, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Josephine, when it's legal first name, Vincent. So that's JOSEPHINLITWINOWICZ. And I really empathize with those testifiers. I mean, this is tough. I don't have, my Venn diagram doesn't have any intersections. And so I don't have a lot of facts, but I can tell you my story. And I got a song too, but I'm not going to sing it. I like to keep America beautiful. So today I'd like to express my heartfelt objection to LB 574 and facilitate, hopefully, a beautiful magic that can be accomplished in a gathering of the 2 or 3. You know, that's where God's always with you. With the disposition to a good, kind word, justice, and inclusion. We non-cis females and non-cis males, sometimes called transsexuals, are not perversion. I am not perversion, and there's nothing trans about me either. I am certainly a female, very unfortunately, with the body parts of a male. I just know I'm female, and I don't feel ashamed, but I'm freaking tired just like the rest of us, and I'm extremely cornered and angry sometimes. And this is going to be hard for me to do because I've never done quite like this, so I'll try to get through it, but I got a 3 minute. So I listened to the song, and the whole song, this girl is lying on a field. She just, and so that teenage feeling by Nego Pace, and I realized myself as this girl lying in the grass who is now a woman that doesn't know her past because she never lived it. And perhaps that non-recognition of my true self could have been avoided with the intercession of my gender reality made clear from curriculum exposure at school. I am female because I know that's how I feel. I identify with mannerisms, body language, etc. I am just some kind of tomboy too, actually. And so, and that's, let's go with that. All right. So that's me in the photo there on the front page. And I know, and me singing these words in the song now. So that's me in the past, and I'm singing the words now. How dare you say that you don't want kids to be put up or deal with it, transgender or whatever. When I hear this kind of cruel crap, all I want to say deep down within is, how do you think I like freaking dealing with it? I exist enough. Can you speak it? And we are all supposed to go to school to be educated in part with facts, and our trans youth going to have to suffer continuously throughout future history by ignorance of reality. We're just another minority population, bullied. And so, and education, ethics, civics, and statistics. And now we have to add another one. And yes, I want to find a soulmate with that teenage feeling. So I missed, that it is what I can do now. And because I personally only want to be with a cis woman for whatever reason, do you think that me acting this way is a good way to capture that funny, good, strong, intelligent, emotionally ripe, and wise woman, such as myself? I don't think so. No, I really don't. We are not making it up. Do you think that some people and kids might know? And so, let's see, let's go with, that's fine. There's a quote by John Prine too. I got so much love that I cannot hide. Well, you might want to read up on it if you want. Oh, go ahead and tell me that I recruit or I don't exist, like Governor Ricketts says. I dare either to say it to my face. I do like the $5 million investment. I'll just finish. A proposal amount for increasing mentoring in Nebraska, especially mentoring someone like me that I do at an LPS school. I am a mentor, and I think it's the most important thing I've ever done in ways. It's just about being a friend and having a break from the normal hectic day without being a peer, parent, or therapist. Your character and integrity come through anyway, as it must. I can't wait to meet Mr. Osborne to thank him personally. And I've asked about
Josie,
doing so.
thank you. We got the red light there.
All
Yeah,
right.
gave a little extra time there. Good.
I can't wait.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. with your
Thanks a
testimony.
lot.
Yep. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and for always showing up. You are in front of every committee so often, and your advocacy does not go unnoticed.
I have lots of problems.
I think maybe it's advocacy, but thank you. And thank you for sharing your story with us. I just did want to take this moment to state, I think this is a good time to remind everyone that is struggling today that if they need help, that they can text START to 678-678, or you can call 866-488-7386. You're not alone. You are loved. You are seen. You are valued. And thank you so much for your testimony today and for being here.
Yeah, that's cool. You are doing that every now and then. Well, thanks, guys.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Yep. Thank you for coming.
3 swollen sacro vertebrae. And Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad,
And so just so everybody knows, we do have some invited testimony that we will have up here first. And once we get them done, then we'll kind of move on to everybody else. So with that, we will bring up our first invited testimony in opposition. Welcome.
Hello. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Kate Smith. It's spelled C-A-I-T. Last name Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I am the Trans Youth Policy Lead for the Trevor Project. I'm from Kansas City, but I currently live in Denver, and I'm here to urge you to oppose LB 574. The Trevor Project is the world's largest suicide prevention and mental health organization for LGBTQ young people. We offer a suite of 24/7 crisis intervention services and suicide prevention programs. The Trevor Project additionally publishes comprehensive annual surveys that entail LGBTQ youth mental health. The most recent of these surveys in 2022 had over 30,000 young respondents. LB 574, titled the Let Them Grow Act, would effectively ban best practice, evidence-based transgender medical care for transgender youth. Transgender medical care generally refers to a suite of evidence-based care and support that is navigated by a team of medical professionals in partnership with the young person and their parents or caregivers. It is supported by every major medical association in the country. And really quickly, I'm going to read just a few of those for y'all. The World Health Organization, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, the American Academy of Pediatrics, oh, I said that twice, the Pediatric Endocrine Society, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Research overwhelmingly supports and shows that trans youth benefit, their well-being benefits when they have access to the care that they need. In February of 2022, the Journal of American Medical Association published new research that found that gender-affirming healthcare for trans teens was associated with 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds for suicidality over a 12-month follow-up. And according to our own surveys, in Nebraska, 50% of LGBTQ youth in the state considered attempting suicide in the past year, including 58% of transgender youth in Nebraska. 85% of LGBTQ youth in Nebraska also reported that recent politics has negatively impacted their well-being. I ask you to support trans youth and to oppose LB 574. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none. Thank you very much. You were just that good.
All right, got it covered.
Right off the bat. All right, we'll take our next invited testimony in opposition, please. Welcome.
Good evening. Dear Chairperson Hanson and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Mike Hornacek, M-I-K-E-H-O-R-N-A-C-E-K, and I'm here today testifying in opposition to LB 574 as a CEO, a man of faith, and a very concerned father. These are all my identities, and they are as important to me as my child's. My job as a CEO is to attract and retain talent. I cannot do that in a state that would so blatantly discriminate against LGBTQ plus youth and their families. We should be encouraging an environment that welcomes all to attract top talent and employers to Nebraska. Our young workforce will leave Nebraska if a bill like this is passed. I know this because my family and I will leave Nebraska if this bill is passed. In my role as the CEO of a nonprofit service provider that seeks to end hunger and homelessness in my community, I know full well the devastating effects the discrimination, abuse, aggression, and a fear on display in LB 574 have on youth homelessness. LGBTQ plus youth become homeless because they do not feel safe and loved and supported in their homes. This bill seeks to enshrine that lack of safety into law and will contribute to higher levels of suicide, human trafficking, substance abuse, and physical abuse. In my work, we are left to clean up the mess and be the family and support system that was supposed to love and support these youth. There are approximately 150 unaccompanied homeless youth in the state of Nebraska, and roughly 40% identify as LGBTQ+, according to the most recent point in time count. LGBTQ+ youth are also 120% more likely to report homelessness than their heterosexual and cisgender peers. As a man of faith and someone that grew up in the church and has been a member of my congregation for nearly 20 years, I'm also disturbed by the amount of people I see that call themselves Christian who are using fear and the Bible to spew hate at transgender youth and their families. Jesus would have never acted in this way. He promoted love and acceptance and spent most of his time with poor, sick, and the disabled. He didn't divide people. He brought them together through love and compassion. My wife and I are also parents of a transgender youth that have invested significant resources in research and education to ensure we were supporting our child in the appropriate way. We've engaged with multiple physicians, psychologists, and psychiatrists over the past decade and more to ensure we were headed in the right direction supporting our child. This bill represents an extreme intrusion into my family's life, into my child's life. It says that we do not have a right to decide how best to care for and support each other as a family. Those decisions are not yours. They are not anybody else's. They belong to my family and no one else. I had more, but I'll stop there. 'Cause I know that-
Sorry. Got a whole room full of people that might think otherwise, so.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, first of all. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Walls.
Thank you, Chairman Henson. Thank you for coming today. Appreciate your story.
Thanks,
I'm
Senator.
just curious, as you were talking, you seem like a very good father, first of all.
Thank you.
So I was wondering, is there like a parent group for parents who are going through this and can, use you as a support, or? I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
there were parents that were before us that provided education and research and a support group, and we do the same now for others because we've been on this journey for 12 years. My child is 16 now, and has been part of gender affirming care for 7 years roughly, give or take. This is not a new journey for us. We've been on this journey for a really long time and have put a significant amount of time and effort into making sure we were appropriately taking care of our child.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Senator Henson. While I'm not a big fan of government overreach, but we also, as a state and legislative, have some responsibility for the safety and welfare and the goodness of the citizens of the state. So we have a dog in the fight, if you will. This is not directed at the LGBTQ population, but my question to you would be is, we've heard a lot today about the frontal cortex development, and that fundamentally it doesn't happen, and particularly some of the citations says it doesn't happen until a male is maybe 21 to 25. Some people would probably argue for males it doesn't happen until maybe they're 50. But that said, so we're talking about the age here. We're talking about
Yeah,
13, 12,
I mean,
15.
from a specific medical perspective, I'll let the medical professionals that are coming after me speak specifically to that, but I can share from my own personal perspective as a father. Our child knew at 3, and it didn't waver. It started at 2, and I thought it was a phase, and it hasn't stopped. It hasn't wavered, and she has known from the very beginning how she identified, and it hasn't moved an ounce.
Given that, I understand your commitment. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee?
Sorry.
Just making sure. All right. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. All right, we'll take our next invited testimony, please. Welcome.
Hi, Chairperson Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, thank you for the time to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Elizabeth, Elizabeth Constance, Constance. I am double board certified in obstetrics and gynecology and reproductive endocrinology. I am speaking to you today on behalf of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, which is the governing body that sets best practice guidelines for all OBGYN physicians and in opposition to LB 574. As a reproductive endocrinologist, I have 3 years of specialized training in the management of reproductive hormones and have published research on the reproductive effects of gender-affirming hormone therapy, which makes me exquisitely qualified to testify today on the use and safety of the medical treatments being targeted in this bill. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists first published a practice guideline for OBGYN physicians relating to health care for transgender and gender diverse individuals in 2011. This document was most recently updated in March of 2021 and states that the majority of medications used for gender transition are common and can be safely prescribed by a wide variety of healthcare professionals with appropriate training and education. Puberty blockers have been used since their development in the early 1980s to stop puberty in children who are going through it too early. As such, we have over 40 years now of widely accepted data that these medications are safe in children. In fact, they have been FDA approved for use in children since 1993. From this data, we know that puberty blockers are reversible once they are stopped, and there are no documented long-term negative effects. Short-term effects on bone development are temporary and reversible once puberty resumes, whether that puberty is spontaneous or medically induced. These medications are critical in the treatment of transgender teens as they allow for puberty to be paused while the individual grows and matures, buying them and their family precious time to make decisions about whether or not additional treatment is desired without feeling rushed into a decision. Additionally, inducing puberty by prescribing hormones such as estrogen or testosterone is also well-established therapy. We use these medications commonly for children who are born with ovaries or testicles that don't produce their own hormones. Many of these conditions are specifically excluded in this bill, which suggests that the author of the bill does not believe them to be harmful for all kids. So I ask you, if we can agree that these treatments are safe and effective for the kids with the excluded medical conditions outlined in this bill, why single out transgender youth and withhold safe and effective medical treatments from them? How, when we know that access to gender-affirming medical care has been shown to decrease symptoms of moderate to severe depression by up to 60% and decrease suicidality by up to 73% in transgender kids, can we in good conscience withhold safe, effective, and life-saving treatment from them? I urge you to stand with widely accepted, established medical guidelines and not advance LB 574 out of committee. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Eby.
We compete at times as to who gets their hand up first. Thank you for being here. I initially said to myself, why is an OBGYN here? And then when you said the word hormone, then I kind of registered with me, so thank you. Is it your position to fully support parental engagement in the discussion with youth? We hear stories, don't know whether they're all true or not true, that at times educators might take it upon themselves to embrace children, and so that's where it gets into a lot of the emotion. So
I'm not an educator.
But if you had a family that came to you and to talk about hormones.
In the context of providing medical care, the family is a huge part of that discussion from the very beginning. I have a lot of pediatrician colleagues who are here today as well. That's usually where that conversation starts, is with their family practice or their pediatrician. But it's a family discussion, and it's something the parents are very much involved with at every step of the way.
Yeah. And as a former hospital administrator, I can tell you, we wouldn't let anybody touch a patient at the risk of it being assault if you proceed forward without that. The other one, because you're a professional, and this one I'll probably ask other people to get their about the frontal cortex development, which I asked before. I was saving that for an MD, but I got over anxious. But where do you think, and what implication does this have on when surgery or medical or other more serious things other than counseling can come into the play?
Well, I think it's a fair question. I think we let teenagers make a lot of decisions. We let them drive vehicles. We let them choose career paths and where they go to college. We let people under the age of 25 get married and buy guns. So, if we're going to outlaw every adult decision for anyone under the age of 25, that's one thing. I think we could all agree that that's not logical. And so I think, with medical decisions, medical treatment in general, whether it's treatment of diabetes or cancer or gender affirming care, we institute an informed consent model, which means we talk to patients and for minors, patients and their families about the risks and benefits, and then we let the families make the decision that's best for them.
My response would be driving a car is significantly less life-altering than having surgery. Some of these have parents of kids, I guess.
Yeah, I think young adults do a lot of things that have lifelong impacts on themselves and others.
I'm not sure they're comparable, but I'll yield to my friend here.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding, Senator Rigby.
I'm wasting my time.
Dr. Constance, thank you so much for being here. I have a couple of questions. The first is, we've heard a lot about studies, and one thing that, I don't know if you're the right person to answer this or not, but talking about control groups. I mean, when we do a study, we have a control group. And so I'm just kind of curious how that works when we're talking about gender affirming care. Maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So anytime we do research in human subjects, so people, that research protocol that has to be approved by an institutional review board at whatever institution the researcher is at. So these IRBs read the research protocols, the planned treatment, the proposed control or lack thereof, and decide whether the research is ethical. Gender affirming care is such established medicine at this point in time that no institutional review board will approve a research study for transgender kids that has a control group. So it's like if we had a study about diabetes, you wouldn't take a group of type 1 diabetes and people with type 1 diabetes and give one group insulin and withhold insulin from the others because it's life-saving. And so this medicine has become in the medical establishment so well established that it is considered unethical to have a control group that does not have access to that care.
Thank you for that clarification. So we did hear, and I don't know if you were able to hear any of the testimony in support, there was quite a bit of testimony around the adverse effects of these puberty blockers or hormone therapies. And you stated that there is no documented long-term negative effects. And I know that your specialty is helping individuals build their families that are struggling with reproductive fertility. And so that being your area of expertise, and you saying this, and some of the things that we heard were concerns over infertility, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to maybe expound on that a little bit more, because I would say that was a theme that I felt was stated numerous times, and I don't want to diminish any of the previous testifiers and their own personal experiences, but I would like to hear your medical opinion on this.
So with puberty blockers specifically, they're immediately reversible. So this is why they're often used, because it puts puberty on pause. It gives families time to make decisions. If they decide to move forward with hormone therapy, they can do so. If they decide not to move forward with hormone therapy and they stop the puberty blockers, their natural puberty will immediately resume. We don't give these puberty blockers until puberty has actually already started. So we're not talking about young children. We're talking about teenagers at the beginning of puberty.
And so what I'm hearing is puberty blockers are not the same thing as hormone therapy?
Correct.
Okay. That's a big distinction I was not picking up on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So the puberty blockers just stop puberty, put on pause. As soon as you stop them, natural puberty either continues or you can start hormones for a gender affirming puberty.
Okay.
So the puberty blockers themselves are completely irreversible. There are no long-term negative effects of that.
Okay. Thank you. I feel like I'm asking for a biology lesson. Sorry.
Any other questions? I might have one. Just to clarify one of the statements you made about we use these medications commonly for children who are born with ovaries and testicles that don't produce hormones. So you're giving them hormones to help facilitate that process to get that to work?
Correct. So there's a variety of conditions called differences of sexual development, where people are born with non-functioning gonads, so non-functioning ovaries or testicles that don't make hormones. And so then they have to be given hormones to go through puberty at the same time as their peers.
Okay. I think it might, just to play devil's advocate a little bit, I think there might be a little apples to oranges because you're giving them hormones, I'm assuming the ones that they're lacking to have them go in a certain direction. I think what we're talking about maybe pertaining to this bill is you're giving hormones to have them go the opposite direction.
The hormones themselves are the same. So the safety of the hormones is no different than if their body was not producing them or if their body's just not producing the correct ones.
Okay, just make sure I get this right. So if you have a young female who's not producing enough estrogen or progesterone, you give them that and it helps them kind of go through puberty because they're lacking those. That is just as safe as giving the same thing to a male to do the opposite.
Because we're talking about prepubertal children. So a prepubertal male still isn't making hormones, any kind of hormones. So you're giving the hormones to induce a particular puberty.
But I'm asking, are they just as safe?
Just as safe.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. All right, we'll take our next invited testimony. In opposition, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairperson Hansen and committee members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jean Amoura, Jean Amoura, and I live in Omaha. Thank you for allowing me to express my opposition to LB 574 today. I work at Nebraska Medicine, but my statement today is mine alone. I'm board certified in obstetrics and gynecology. I was born in Nebraska, I studied here, and I've been practicing medicine here for over 20 years. While my original specialty training did not include management of transgender care, I recognize this as a significant unmet need just a few years into my practice. I sought out the additional training from experts around the country and connected with therapists locally who had experience in providing gender-affirming care. I continue to follow expert guidance and new research in this field, as with every other aspect of my medical practice. I work with many families from across the state who are seeking help for their children. They've been parents from cities and small towns with no background in gender identities or LGBT activism, but they were present as their child developed, and they witnessed the distress and despair their child experienced when the world around them didn't see them as they saw themselves. These are parents who knew the truth of their child, that this wasn't messaging coming from YouTube or TikTok, but a deep understanding that this child had of themselves. They knew that they must find a way to protect their child and allow them to reach their greatest potential. These parents are not experts in gender theory. They are simply experts in their own child. They sought input from clinicians and chose pathways they believed would help their child survive and thrive, just as any of us as parents would. I've worked with dozens of families of teens seeking gender-affirming care, They're referred from across Nebraska by their family doctor or pediatrician or therapist after lengthy conversations and careful evaluation. I continue these conversations and support the families in their medical decisions. I've witnessed many young people emerge from a state of isolation and fear to enjoying a life where they can safely and confidently attend school, make friends, play in band, and plan for college. My experience is not unusual. There is robust evidence that transgender youth do well when they are supported. Legislative Bill 574 would harm our communities and our children by removing life-saving treatment options from parents as they stand up for their children. It would force doctors and other healthcare providers to conceal and withhold treatment from young people that American Academy of Pediatrics and the many other organizations you've heard already endorse as well within the boundaries of standard care. And it would create clinical practice where lawmakers can overrun the fine-tuned judgment of cautious and thoughtful clinicians who have committed to do no harm. I ask you not to advance this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Are there
you.
any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen, and thank you, Dr. Moore, for your testimony. So you mentioned getting referrals from family doctors. What is the typical process in which families will come to you? Like, what does that look like?
So virtually always for young people, they are referred by mental health provider or primary care provider. So it might be a family medicine or a pediatrician. When they are referred, before any appointment or anything is made with me, we first require that we have received written support, a letter from their primary mental health provider. And if they have not started to see a mental health provider, we make sure that they find a mental health provider, work with that person to discuss their gender dysphoria specifically, so that we can have written documentation that they have worked with a qualified mental health provider and that person's made an assessment. Once we've received that, then they, in the system that we have with my employer is, in my clinic, is that they also then are evaluated by a psychologist with expertise in gender dysphoria and adolescence specifically. After they've had that assessment, then the family meets with me, the parents and the young person. And all of this, again, typically happening when they are at the very least already entering puberty is typically when we meet with them, because there's no medical intervention that would be necessary or appropriate before that time.
Okay. Can I sit down? So this bill not only would, as I read it, outlaw any kind of surgical intervention, it would also create punitive action for anyone providing a referral.
That's my reading of it as well.
Okay, so doctors wouldn't even have the option of referring patients or families to someone who specializes in gender-affirming care. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
That's how I understand it as well. And I think certainly that the mental health providers and the physicians that I know of that are currently, again, across the state and part of the folks who have referred people to me in the past many of them have been in contact with me because of concerns about where they will send future patients. This is a situation and a diagnosis that comes up fairly rarely, which is, part of why there are not many doctors that do this care. And it's important, especially for young people, that it's done with the infrastructure to have a lot of checks and balances and people are very concerned about where they will refer patients when the situation does come up.
So that would be my next question is if this were to pass, what would be the options for parents of children who are experiencing gender dysphoria?
I believe that they would need to seek care outside of the state.
Okay. But they couldn't be referred to someone outside of the state.
That is also my understanding.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Dr. Mora.
Mm-hmm.
So it was passed out, I think, more than once, a form that has your name on it. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's from your office, specialty care center. And it looks like it's an intake form. And since it has your name on it and it's been
Yeah.
brought to our attention a couple of times, I wondered if you could give us not a brief overview of what the starting of this process looks like when somebody comes to you. Why did they fill out this form, and then what are the next steps?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, and this is a big part of why I wanted to be here today, to frankly be very transparent about the process in our clinic. I've been very careful in starting doing this work to do it with great care. And it's been a slow and very deliberate process. Similarly, I'm very transparent when we're talking with parents or families who are interested in speaking with us, having an appointment with me, so that we can give them information like this on the website ahead of time to try to alleviate concerns about questions that may come up. We have lots of information on the website. The goal is not that we're informing anyone that they need to see us or take accept any treatment. It is that the patients are seeking us out, and we want to be able to provide that experience as just as the least stressful as possible, so that they understand in advance the kinds of questions that we're going to be going over during the first visit. The information, for example, about surgeries that people may be interested in pursuing. Many transgender people are looking at pursuing hormones. Many are not. Some trans people are looking at pursuing surgery. Many are not. It's part of just my comprehensive evaluation of someone to get a sense of what their goals are, what areas of their body are causing them distress or dysphoria, so that I'm fully informed, that I can be discussing with them what the medications that we might be looking at will or will not do, that I can make sure that we're very clear about what the treatment plan is going to accomplish. It's just a part of a comprehensive discussion of risks and benefits, as I would do with any treatment that I provided someone.
Thank you. If you don't mind, follow up. So this is the first time this has been mentioned today. Many of the patients are seeking treatment through hormones or surgery. Many are not. So people are referred to you and they learn about some of these options available to them, and they don't take them. Correct?
I mean, that's right. It's not an automatic that, I would say my statement earlier was just that many trans people want hormones or want surgery, and many do not.
Do not.
So it's not.
It's not it's not a monolith.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly. I would say more often when people are scheduled to see me, they it's not just that they were referred, but they actively want to be seen in the gender clinic. It is because they already have expressed that they want to start on hormones. I don't do any surgeries, just as an aside, but they've already expressed that they want to start on hormones, or that they just want more information. And plenty of people come in and decide that they don't want this or don't want it right now. Yeah. So it's not like it's,
Sure.
I mean, these are, as with any kind of medical care, there's a case-by-case decision-making that you're trying to tailor to what are the needs. Is this person ready and appropriate to take this next step? So trying to get as many sort of points of input as possible as we go along, monitoring after we start, if they do decide to start on hormones, to monitor the physiologic effects, but also the emotional effects. And it's a pretty close contact that I'm maintaining, particularly with young people.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson. Like my colleague to my left, I too have your intake form, I believe it is.
Yes. Mhm.
It says on this form, it says 13 to 18 years
Mhm.
form. I assume that that's that category. And yet, my question would be is, I see no parental signature on here for underage that says, to keep the parents involved.
Right.
It seems like a very critical missing piece because these children are children and they're
Yes.
underage. They're not
Absolutely.
legal adults. They're not emancipated.
Absolutely. No, make no mistake, the parents or guardians are involved in every step of the way in my clinic.
But you would know it by looking
They-
at the form.
The form is sent actually to the parents. It's available on the website. So anyone could look at it, but as far as making an appointment in the clinic, that's only going to happen through a parent. The involvement with the assessment that's done by the psychologist that's on my team must involve parents at that assessment. And the visits with me always involve parents.
Who do you assume is going to fill out the form? The 15-year-old or the parent?
Potentially, I mean, I honestly would welcome a 15-year-old to fill it out, because what's going to happen is that when we are actually meeting for a clinical visit, I'm going to have this in my hands and I'm going to be going over what whoever filled out the form, what they had listed.
If I had a 15-year-old and filled out the form, I, as the guardian or the parent, I want to see what they put on there so that I can say, I need to
Right.
maintain my relationship with my 15-year-old.
Absolutely. So again, someone could access this just simply by looking on the internet. If they are, however, actually engaging with our clinic, seeking an appointment, et cetera, all of the communication is with the parent or guardian. An electronic file with this document, we're not, asking people to go look on the internet for it. An electronic file of this document and the consent form, which you don't have, but we also do have a consent form specifically for gender affirming hormone therapy. Those two electronic files are sent to the parent who's responsible and who's been in contact with us about making the appointment.
I have one follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at, what's the level of activity in your practice? How many, I'll call them patients, clients, how many do you have in, say, a year's time or 6 months?
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably in a 6-month span, probably a couple hundred.
okay.
Mhm.
And some of those, I suppose, are curiosity or not yet made a decision. So you're there to help make that decision.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
I just wanted to add on the consent form, because you'd asked about, there was no place for the parents to sign on this. And again, this is just used as an intake. The consent form that's required to start treatment. So this is kind of just for me to start a conversation when they come in for the visit. That conversation includes the parents and the young person and myself.
Okay.
The consent form must be signed by the young person and the parent and myself. And
I don't, excuse me.
Yeah.
I don't disparage young people, but they have been known to to forge their parents' signatures on school reports and a bunch of other things, so that could all happen. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I think you answered my questions. Mine was the biggest one, had to do with consent.
Yep.
Right? And the parental involvement with consent, or consent to treat, you know?
Yes.
And same thing when you do start treatment, you have parental consent. Is there any kind of steps you take before that?
Right. So there's a consent to treat that we just have generally kind of for all care in the hospital. So that's of course required as a baseline, but specific to what happens is that usually before we even make the appointment, we send that out so that families can review that, the information, the intake, and the consent form so that they have some sense of what we'll be talking about. We have the actual visit, answer whatever questions come up at that time, and then they are informed that if and when they want to start hormones for the young person, that the consent form will need to be signed and submitted. And they are encouraged to not sign and send it in until all of their questions and concerns have been asked. If that means another visit, then that's completely appropriate. But they've had the chance already to preview that consent form. But yeah, when I'm starting someone on affirming hormone therapy, they are completing a separate specific consent form that details all of the points that we go over in the visit about what are the effects of the medications, how we monitor, what are, all of the things that they should expect.
Okay.
There's a separate consent.
With some of your patients, have you experienced any side effects from treatment?
Sometimes. Mm-hmm.
What are they?
Yeah. I would say that the most common one is probably in folks. One person earlier brought up the medication spironolactone that we use as a testosterone blocker for people that are seeking feminizing hormone therapy. It is absolutely considered part of the standard treatment. It's a first line treatment that I use as well, but it's the one that I feel like I have to caution patients the most on, that it's a diuretic. One thing, sorry, just as an aside, these meds are all quite inexpensive. They're quite old. This is not like a case of, big pharma and people making a lot of money on these meds. They've been around for a long time. Spironolactone is a diuretic. So it's removing quite a bit of water out of the body, and it used to be used as a blood pressure medication. We don't use it for that anymore because we've got more advanced things for that. But you give something that could be used as a blood pressure medication to a healthy young person, they don't need their blood pressure dropped. So I'm having to counsel them about beware that you can kind of get a little bit orthostatic or just kind of a little bit dizzy going from laying down to standing up and that sort of thing. Drink lots of extra water. So they're like nuisance sort of side effects, but that's one of the big ones that I counsel folks about.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever counseled anyone against doing gender reaffirming care? Like you come in, you don't think they're a good candidate for it, and you're just like, I think you should see somebody else.
Yeah,
or I don't think this is right for you.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, I would say, the things that I am looking for, asking about, and really carefully listening for when they're in that particularly in that first meeting with me, is do I believe that they have a clear understanding of what the medications are going to do, and is that what they are seeking, et cetera. So I might have someone who comes in and says that they want to experience changes in their voice. They want to have more, they want to masculinize in the sense of having their voice lower. And testosterone is going to do that. But they express some concern about developing facial hair. And testosterone is going to do that. And so I'm going to look at that person to say, this is not going to be an appropriate medication for you.
Okay. And this could be a 13-year-old potentially? I'm looking at your form, it says 13 to 18-year-olds. So a 13-year-old, you do this too?
Well, usually for affirming hormones, so these are the intakes when people come in. So I do see people that are from the starting point of puberty forward is when I might see someone. That's not necessarily when I would start them on affirming hormones if that's what they wanted. That we tend to try to correlate with having peer concordant puberty so that they're entering puberty around the same age as their peer group rather than waiting until 18 or 16, et cetera. So
I don't mean to ask a lot of questions.
Yeah.
These are questions I get from people and I'm trying to make sure they get answers so people kind of understand how the process works. So for
Honestly,
my own curiosity.
I welcome it.
And so if I can ask maybe a couple more real quick. Sorry,
Please.
I don't want to give people's time either. So
Do I treat people that are 13 to 18 with affirming hormones? Potentially, yes.
do you know off the top of your head the youngest patient you've had in your office that you treated?
I mean, so the youngest person that I've seen is probably 8. They didn't need medical treatment. The family and that child needed a consultation because they had disclosed their gender identity since they could speak, similar to the story, the parent that we heard earlier. That's not at all uncommon. And that folks will say, we've been raising our child all in agreement. And the school does not know what their sex assigned at birth was, and they get to be 8, 9, and they start to get very anxious about what is going to happen when my body starts to change in ways that are completely different than how I'm living, how I identify, how everybody knows me. The child that is assigned male at birth has been identifying as female since they could speak, and has gone to school, has had maybe the parents have changed their name. I mean, there's no one in their world outside of their immediate family that knows their sex assigned at birth. So it's critical that they start, you can imagine they start to panic as they get to foresee puberty and imagine that their voice is going to change, their facial hair is going to, so a lot of times those folks will come in fairly young just so that they can kind of understand what could the landscape look like for us? So I see people that young, I don't treat them. I treat folks if they are seeking treatment. The earliest they would need medical treatment is when puberty starts.
Okay. And one more quick question. Sorry. I didn't catch the name of the clinic you work at.
Nebraska Medicine.
Okay. I was just kind of curious about that. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take our next testifier in support, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Danny Rosenquist. I'm a family physician from Columbus and the current president of the Nebraska Medical Association. The NMA is concerned with LB 574 and the general interference it would represent to the practice of medicine. As physicians, we can certainly understand and we appreciate the concern about medical interventions for our young patients and the long-term impact those treatment decisions may have. These are the types of decisions we work through every day with our patients. As physicians, we have a duty to our patients in evaluating any potential risks, the benefits, and the alternatives to any treatment that may be considered through a process what we call shared decision-making between the physician and the patient and or family when appropriate. We do these processes every day. When an individual treatment options are limited due to impositions placed by the government, it takes away this fundamental component of the physician-patient relationship. Debate about the appropriateness of a treatment protocol is welcome and necessary, and a necessary part of ensuring high-quality healthcare in all areas of healthcare. But this debate must remain within the field of medicine. As physicians, A full medical history is obtained, including a mental health part as part of our management and discussion of various options. The treatments and procedures at issue in LB 574 are not taken lightly. As such, that means that patients and their parents must go through thorough screening, evaluation, and management. Physicians who treat these youth do so in consultation with multidisciplinary teams of healthcare professionals, including from the mental health community. They proceed accordingly to criteria that is continually evaluated and routinely updated by medical experts. They do so based on the individual needs of the patient with the informed consent and shared decision-making. The number of physicians who practice in this area is relatively small, but many more physicians have difficulty with LB 574 for high-quality evaluation and management of gender dysphoria. I myself, along with many other physicians, feel that we may not be the most knowledgeable and most experienced physicians in this arena, but may have limited options for referral, potentially leading these individuals to seek care from others who may not uphold the same high standards that we have come to expect. In addition to the interference, the NMA also has strong concerns with the provision of civil action that may be brought within 2 years of discovery of damages. It is unclear what constitutes a discovery of damages under 574, but we have strong concerns that it could expose physicians to an unending threat of liability, even in instances where it's simply alleged that the physician referred the patient for consideration of these services. Referral means different things to different patients. This sets a dangerous precedence for professional liability in Nebraska. In conclusion, the NMA is committed to preserving the physician-patient relationship. When it comes to providing medical care, physicians are most qualified to navigate these difficult conversations in conversation with their patients as well as their families. And for this reason, we oppose LB 574.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Are there any questions from the committee? I don't know who to go to first. We'll go to Senator Kavanaugh.
Ooh, I won the bingo. Thank you for being here, Dr. Rosenquist, and thank you for your testimony. I'm hoping you're the right person to ask these questions for because I've had them since the beginning, and if not, please forgive me. But on page 7 of the bill, there's a lot of what you were just referencing as far as the referral and direct and indirect and the 2 years of damages. And so pretty much page 7 is a concern for me. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to some of this. On lines 14 to 15 of page 7, it talks about the behavior shall be considered unprofessional conduct as defined in statute. And I just pulled up the statute and I don't know what that means as far as, would that mean loss of licensure, fines? What happens when you have unprofessional conduct?
Well, it goes to the Board of Medicine and Surgery, and then they do an evaluation, and then they issue a ruling based on what their findings and what their outcome is. Where it could be a censure, it could be nothing, it could be all types of potentially loss of license.
So a doctor in your position, you're in Columbus, family practice, and most likely if you had a patient that required gender affirming care, you would have to refer them to somewhere outside Columbus.
I'm probably not the most qualified person, and I want these people to have the most high quality evaluation and treatment. And I'm not the most qualified, and especially when there are experts in this field, and I would like to make sure they go to those experts and not someone else
Right.
who may.
And that
claim
first
it.
referral isn't necessarily, you aren't referring them to Dr. Amore's clinic. You're referring them to there's sort of an in-between?
Yes.
Okay. So in this bill, the way I read it, you would be prohibited from doing that.
That's our interpretation of the bill. Yes.
Okay. And then section 6, lines 16 to 19 talks about state funds shall not be directly or indirectly used, granted, paid, or distributed to an entity, organization, or individual that provides gender altering procedures to an individual younger than 19 years of age. So that seems very problematic to me because we have a lot of large medical facilities. So if we are withholding state funds, we might not be in compliance with some federal laws. Is that?
That would be a concern. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for validating my concerns.
I don't have the legal background to say that.
All right. Well, thank you.
Senator Reed.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Dr. Rosenquist. I guess I would like to remind the medical community that the state government does have a seat or has to have a seat at the table just because of our fiduciary duty to protect the public. And as a second piece, we are a very big payer, if you will, through Medicaid and the feds through Medicare. So I think
Absolutely.
sometimes we're going to get into your business. It's just the way it is. The question that I had with you would be, how extensive are long-term studies on dysphoria, including medication, surgery, and counseling? Are any of those published in like JAMA or other the recognized journals?
I think they're public. I can't tell you how long those studies have been done and been looked at. There are probably people that are much more qualified than I am to answer those questions. But at the same time, they are published in all phases of literature, including JAMA, nationally recognized JAMA, New England Journal of Medicine, let's call, and others, but then also lesser journals as well. And so you always have to look at the reliability of those studies.
Sure, absolutely. I guess my follow-up piece to that would be, and I hope someone that can maybe address this a little bit, is it seems like Sweden, Finland, and are retreating from where they were. And I'm just curious from a physician's perspective, why? What, because they've been in the business longer than we. Well, what is what we're hearing true, that they are retreating? And if so, why is it?
I can't answer that question, but my first question would be, what were they doing before? And are they backing down to maybe standards that others may be doing now? Maybe they were too liberal with their policies and what they were interventions and stuff. And now maybe we're kind of backing down as the best evidence or evidence comes down to, like, maybe we should be doing this and not, looking better. And I don't, that's
I'm just eager to learn more about it, but thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I know. Thanks. We'll take our next invited testimony in opposition, please. Welcome.
Hello. Senator Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Hannah Coffey, HANNAHCOFFEY, and I appear before you today in opposition to LB 574. I am a doctoral student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the Nebraska Psychological Association. This testimony does not necessarily reflect the views of the University of Nebraska. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for Nebraskans aged 15 to 24 and the leading cause of death for Nebraska children between the ages of 10 and 14. Transgender youth are even more likely to struggle with thoughts of suicide and self-harm as a result of marginalization, targeted victimization, and lack of support. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, half of transgender youth have thoughts of suicide and 1/3 attempt to end their own lives. However, a child's community has an enormous capacity to either improve a child's mental state and level of safety or significantly harm them. Like all people, transgender youth are less likely to experience depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts if they feel accepted and supported by their communities. But efforts to restrict rights or invalidate the experiences of transgender individuals, including through legislation, increase mental health distress among youth. Further, according to the American Psychological Association, access to gender-affirming treatment improves the mental health of transgender youth and can reduce their risk of depression and suicide to rates similar to cisgender children and teens. Gender-affirming care is a wide category that encompasses everything from providing counseling and support to hormone treatments to gender affirmation surgeries. Unfortunately, this bill is written in such a way that it seems to equate any attention to gender dysphoria or gender creativity with genital surgery, which is rarely recommended for individuals under 18. According to the Endocrine Society's guidelines, appropriate care for children experiencing gender dysphoria or gender incongruence may involve reversible puberty blockers in early adolescence and possibly hormone replacement therapy later. Gender-affirming treatment not only improves the emotional state of transgender youth, it also makes them less likely to be targeted for bullying and/or violence by people who cannot tolerate the idea of gender variance. Professional organizations such as the American Psychological Association and American Academy of Pediatrics categorically oppose one-size-fits-all legislation that would deny gender-affirming treatment to all children and teens within this particularly vulnerable population. Transgender youth need access to evidence-based treatment as approved by their guardians and healthcare professionals. Nebraska should be a place where transgender children are embraced and supported, not blocked from receiving the kind of care that can enable them to grow into healthy, productive members of our community. In conclusion, transgender youth face many challenges, including dramatically increased risk of suicide and hate crime victimization, and this can be reduced by supportive communities. Transgender youth benefit from access to gender-affirming treatment. Transgender youth need and deserve our support. LB 574 has the potential to cause significant harm to the mental health of Nebraska's transgender youth. We ask that you do not advance LB 574. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for coming to testify. Are there questions from the committee? I might have just a couple of questions about some of the things you cited here. One of the things you mentioned about, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, half of transgender youth have thoughts of suicide, 1/3 attempt to end their own lives. Are those youth the ones that have done, I got to make sure I get the right words, hormone treatments or gender affirming surgeries? Is that before or after?
Not necessarily. It includes all transgender youth, regardless of whether they've gone through any type of medical transition.
So do they typically see the ones who have gone through the transition
So
have
they,
less instances of suicide?
yes,
Okay, because I think you mentioned that in your testimony there.
yes, there is
Yeah,
ample
right here.
research that shows
Similar
that-
to cisgender children and teens, okay.
Yep.
If you could you email me that study?
Sure.
So I'm not gonna go through right now, kind of that kind of stuff. I'm just kind of more for curiosity's sake.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I had. Senator Reapy.
Quick question. Thank you, Chairman. My question would be on the suicide attempts. To what extent, how many are multiple attempts by the same person? Is that a statistic that's out there? Because
Yeah.
in this statistic, we're bound to get some double counting.
Right.
I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair question. And honestly, without looking at like individual research studies, I can't answer that question right now, but I think studies definitely vary in the way that they measure suicide attempts. And so some will report the number of people who have attempted suicide, so they wouldn't be counting people twice, for example, and others might include number of attempts. The way that the American Academy of Pediatrics words their support refers to the number of people, I believe, but I will double check that and I can get
maybe
back
you can do your dissertation on it.
maybe.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming to
Thank you.
testify. We'll take our next invited testimony.
And Senator Rapey, I've printed a JAMA study for you to read. And yes, I have some information from the Federal Department of Health and Human Services as well. Members of the Health. Yes. Members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Isabella Manhart, ISABELLA-MANHART. I live in District 5 and I'm speaking to in opposition of the so-called Let Them Grow Act. I could waste my time addressing all of the falsehoods that I've heard in the past 3 hours from out-of-state individuals and people who have and adults who have tragically internalized homophobia. But instead, I'd like to focus on the truth of what this bill means to trans youth and families like mine who live in Nebraska. I'm non-binary. My little brother is transgender, and I'm here today for him. I'm here today for my family and my friends and my community who shouldn't have to fight to ensure that we have access to healthcare. My brother is 10 years old. He's known he was a boy since he could speak. He plays soccer and basketball, and he does robotics, and he does reading Olympics. He plays cello and bass in a local youth orchestra, and he loves to read and make his own movies. He loves animals, and he wants to be a zoologist when he grows up. He's smart, and he's funny, and he's kind, and he's transgender. Every day I worry that he'll get bullied or hurt by kids his age because they can't see past the bigotry that our world teaches people. I shouldn't have to worry that the real bullies are our elected officials. The fact that anyone could look at my baby brother and think he deserves anything less than the basic human right to access healthcare that supports his needs absolutely breaks my heart. Senator Koth sent my family an email full of uncited facts in an attempt to justify this bill, but the truth is that the Let Them Grow Act is just as misinformed as it is a misnomer. Gender-affirming care is in no way preventing trans kids from growing. In fact, according to the Federal Department of Health and Human Resources, it does quite the opposite. Early gender affirming care is crucial to the overall health and well-being of transgender children, and you'll find that highlighted in the study that I printed out for you. According to the Trevor Project, the leading suicide prevention organization for LGBTQ young people who you heard before, 58% of transgender and non-binary youth in Nebraska seriously considered attempting suicide in 2022. By prohibiting our access to gender-affirming healthcare, you will contribute to that devastating statistic. The Journal of the American Medical Association, also printed for you, cites that odds of severe depression were lowered by 60% and odds of suicidality were lowered by 73%. I'm not exaggerating when I say that gender-affirming healthcare helps save lives. It allows us to grow into the people we've always known we are. I want nothing more for my little brother than to grow up healthy and confident in himself. And that starts with respecting our right to make decisions about our own healthcare. Trans kids and our families, we know what's best for us. No trans or non-binary youth spoke as proponents. We're all here right now in opposition, and we are demanding to be heard. As our state senators, you have the responsibility to stand up for Nebraska children and families. Don't advance LB 574. Stand up for transgender children as you would any other Nebraska kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, and I welcome any questions.
And we have plenty of Kleenex up there too, so. Are there any questions from the committee at all? Okay.
Well,
You're off the
I
hook.
hope those studies are helpful for you. And
Thank you for bringing them
some of
too,
those
by the way.
facts. Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. And on a side note, I did this for the previous testifiers too. If we hear anybody else making noise again, I will have the clerks remove you. So please try to hold it down if we can, just so we be fair to everybody else. Thank you. All right, we'll take our next invited testimony, please.
I didn't give you too many copies. That's all right.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Rachel Ogborn. That's RACHEL OGBORN. Sorry, I'm a little emotional after that last testimony, but anyway. It's important to hear from the families that will be affected from this bill, and my family is one of them. I have to say that I never thought that I would be driving to the Capitol to share my child's medical information with senators, or with anyone for that matter. I do feel very scared and vulnerable today, but I'm here so I don't lose my child. Sorry. I know that sounds extreme, but so is this bill. Receiving gender-affirming care from licensed professionals has saved my child's life. Gosh, I'm sorry, I'm struggling.
You just take your time, it's fine.
When my child's voice dropped, the world went dark for her. I didn't know this as I made cute comments about my baby growing into a man. However, eventually I found out her truth after several emergency room visits. After evaluation by 2 different therapists and multiple professionals at UNMC, which is one of the best medical centers in the country, she was able to start testosterone blockers and estrogen. I went from having a suicidal, depressed, self-harming son who didn't see himself in the future at all, to having a happy, healthy daughter. Sorry. Who smiles and talks at the dinner table. She wakes up early for school now, and she's excited to see her friends. I'm so sorry, this is embarrassing.
Don't worry, you're just on national TV almost.
I know, it's so awful.
And it's we're all staring at you. So.
I know, it's fine. Thank you for making me laugh. Now she's making plans for her future. Unfortunately, one of those plans is running as far from Nebraska as she can. She feels under attack when she sees this bill and others in the media. And she said that she's told me that she's scared she's going to be a part of the next genocide in history. I know that the worry behind this bill is not wanting things forced on children, and I absolutely agree with that sentiment. I'm not forcing this upon her. I would never in a million years wish struggles upon anyone like this, especially my own child. I wish that I could just she could have a normal high school experience in the easiest life possible, and that neither of us had to worry about her losing her medical care. If anyone's forcing anything upon her, it's anyone who endorses this bill. By denying her medical care, they'd be forcing their ideals and their desires upon my child. It's not any legislator's job to tell my children's doctor that she can't have health care. It's not any legislator's job to invalidate medical research or disregard statistics and data or make a moral show of my daughter's existence. I don't know why I'm here begging you guys to listen to medical professionals. I don't know why you're threatening the jobs of experts. How would you feel if someone denied you health care because they didn't believe in your medical needs? I urge you, please don't take away my daughter's right to receive health care and pursue happiness. Please don't threaten her existence in legislative bills. And if it makes you feel any better, neither myself nor my daughter have ever considered surgery for her as a minor, but it's absolutely nobody else's business anyway. I just want her to live into adulthood. Thank you. And I'm so sorry I cried all over you.
It's all right. I never heard so many sniffling in my life.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. First of all, everyone on this side of the table will tell you I've cried so many times.
I know.
on the
Everybody's going to
microphone
say
that,
I'm a crazy person, and I'm
don't
sorry.
don't apologize for it. Lean in, lean in. You made me cry. I don't have any tissues though, so
It's my baby.
Yes. I wanted to ask you about your daughter.
Yeah.
What are her interests?
Well, she can find anything that nobody else cares about and make it interesting. I don't know. She loves everything. She reads books and tells me all about them. The most recent book she read, I think, was called Scythe, and it was about some futuristic society, and she was telling me all about
I see some plans
it.
behind you for that one.
Yeah,
so.
okay. She loves reading. She is the dungeon master for her D&D club at school. She joined a sign language club at school. By the way, she was never a part of any club at school before this year. She's also part of the Saga Club at school, which is like a sexuality and gender alliance for kids that don't quite meet the norm. They meet after school. She likes, watching movies. She loves anime and playing video games.
She sounds like she is very unique and special and very lucky to have an advocate mom. I did want to comment, you wish that she could have a normal high school experience. And as a child of the 80s, I would say that I don't think we want our children to have what
That's fair.
is a normal high school experience. But I really appreciate you being here and sharing your story. And as a fellow mom and crier, thank you.
It's hard not to cry about your baby.
It is impossible.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? I just have one more kind
Yeah.
of technical question.
Sure.
You mentioned that you had a therapist and multiple professionals at UNMC, and then she was able to start testosterone blockers and estrogen.
Yep.
Are you able to share where that occurred? Was it at UNMC or was it somewhere else?
Yeah, so she still to this day sees two therapists, not at UNMC, elsewhere. But her doctor is actually Dr. Mora. So the whole process is everything that she explained.
You don't have to share. It's up
Yeah,
to you, so.
that
Okay.
was all of it.
Just curious. Any other questions from the committee? All right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. And I'm, again,
can
so
grab a
sorry I
tissue on your way
cried.
All right. We'll take our next invited testimony, please. And we should just have a few more here. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Alec Duncan, ALEK-DUNCAN. I'm testifying in opposition to this bill. I am 23, I'm trans, and I'm testifying to share my real relevant experience as someone who has lived as a trans person for at least 10 years. Gender affirming healthcare is what allowed me to survive my youth. For as long as I could think, I've been just very uncomfortable in my skin. I always had a sense that something about me was different, especially from the girls at my Catholic school. I spent my adolescence feeling broken and disgusted with myself. I was a beautiful kid. I just was not a girl. And once I started puberty, whatever piece I knew was ousted and my body betrayed me. Everyone around me knew something wasn't right. My dad, the cop, my mom, the nurse. I cycled through at least a dozen therapists as a kid. Some heard my woes about gender and decided to try and fix me. Others just ignored it. And when I came out, the pushback from my family was immense. My dad absolutely refused to comprehend such a thing, which tore us apart for many years. And after trying basically anything else to prevent me from dying, my mom called a psychologist who was renowned for her gender and sexuality expertise. I was 16 at that time, and that's when my life really changed. My therapist approached all facets of my identity without judgment, and she did the same for my struggling family. And if I had not found her when I did, I know that I would not have made it to the age of 18. And I would not have the healthy and beautiful relationships with my parents that I have now, that we've all had to work very hard for. There are many misconceptions about young people transitioning. To medically transition requires years of rigorous mental and physical evaluations with many medical and mental health practitioners. And we've already addressed why it's crucial to entrust these decisions to them. But if that were the case, I would not be here right now testifying. In a group half full of people pushing for a bill that would have killed me as a kid, I feel that I am still the last person to be taken seriously. But our perspectives are more relevant in this room than anything else. Who else is meaningfully affected by a trans person transitioning? Precedence should be given to those who truly need access to this healthcare to survive. I know that many people at this hearing do not care for me or people like me, but what I understand more than anything is that you deserve to be at peace in your own body and in your own life. I also deserve to exist comfortably. I deserve to make decisions about my own body and my own life, and I deserve that just as much as a child. I close with 2 requests. First, consider that each of us as humans are the experts on our own lives. And second, to quote a great song, just remember that it is hard to be a human being, and it is harder as anything else. Thank you.
Thanks for coming to testify. Are there any questions from the committee? I thought we were going to be all gung ho and ask you the hardest questions we can think of, but I guess there are no questions. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we'll take the next invited testimony in opposition, please. Welcome.
Hello, Chairperson Hanson and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Marsh, Sarah Maresh, and I am the Healthcare Access Program Director and an attorney at Nebraska Appleseed, testifying in opposition to LB 574 on behalf of Appleseed. We are a nonprofit organization that fights for justice and opportunity for all Nebraskans. Because this bill is legally suspect and restricts healthcare access, Nebraska Appleseed opposes this bill. Significantly, this bill is legally suspect for multiple reasons, some of which I will briefly describe, but happy to talk about it more, and it's more fully laid out in my testimony handed out. First, this bill is legally suspect under federal Medicaid law. Gender-affirming care restrictions in Medicaid have faced numerous legal challenges based on a variety of claims under federal Medicaid law, and we have concerns about the legality of this bill under these laws. This bill effectively prohibits the use of state funds for gender-affirming care and would effectively ban that care from youth from being covered by Medicaid. Medicaid is a joint federal and state program. After a state chooses to participate in Medicaid, the state has to follow Medicaid laws. Relevant to this bill, Medicaid requires states to cover services for youth under 21 known as the Early and Periodic Screening, Diagnostic, and Treatment, or EPSDT benefit. Under the mandatory benefit, the state must cover every allowable, mandatory, and optional Medicaid service necessary to correct or ameliorate conditions for people under 21. CMS has already recognized that gender-affirming care fits within multiple categories of Medicaid coverage under federal law. Notably, a variety of categories of gender-affirming care are already covered by many states and in their Medicaid programs and is being reimbursed by CMS. Because CMS has determined that a variety of different services under the umbrella of gender-affirming care fits in the relevant categories of Medicaid coverage, individual states lack the authority to refuse to provide such services when it can correct or ameliorate conditions of a Medicaid beneficiary under 21. The Federal Medicaid Act also has requirements to ensure there aren't any discriminatory practices, and this bill is also legally suspect under those that prohibit states from discriminating basis on solely on the diagnosis, illness, or condition. Second, even outside of the Medicaid context, there are other questions about whether this bill is legal. Attempts to ban gender-affirming care have faced other legal challenges on constitutional and other non-Medicaid federal grounds in the 8th Circuit, as you heard about earlier today. Not only is this bill legally suspect, LB 574 also directly restricts access to healthcare services and will have negative impacts on Nebraskans. Nebraska Appleseed is committed to ensuring that Nebraskans have equitable access to healthcare services and therefore opposes this bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. March. I'm sure we all know I have questions, but we'll see if anybody else on the committee has questions first. All right, I'll dig in then.
All right.
This has been, you're addressing one of the concerns that I had, which is on page 7, and the issue of us potentially losing Medicaid. If we were to enact this bill, would the state of Nebraska no longer receive Medicaid funds in your interpretation?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can follow up with you more on that. I think one of the concerns we have about this bill is it opens up the state to legal liability in a variety of different ways. And that can come in many different forms when we're talking about Medicaid violations. So I'm happy to follow up with you more on that, more specifically.
Okay, I think it'd be great if you could follow up with the committee as
Oh,
well.
great.
And then you said the other liability issue outside of Medicaid is, can you speak a little bit more about what's happening in other states?
Yeah, definitely. So there has been a recent string of cases that have had challenges against gender-affirming care restrictions, both in the context of Medicaid, but also in the context of other federal laws and constitutional challenges. There have been a recent string of cases that have had success in this area. A lot of these cases are also still working their way through the court system. A couple notable ones is the Arkansas case. I think someone mentioned earlier in their testimony. An Arkansas bill that was very similar to this one was challenged, and the 8th Circuit, which is our circuit, upheld a preliminary injunction banning that gender-affirming care bill from going into effect.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I will take the next invited testimony.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Dr. E. Scott Jones, SCOTTJONES, the Senior Minister of the First Central Congregational United Church of Christ in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm the oldest continuously worshiping Protestant church in the city of Omaha. I'm also here representing the Board of Directors of the Nebraska Conference of the United Church of Christ, my denomination. Our statement with co-signatories is the second page of what you're being handed. There are a handful of other clergy colleagues here today intending to testify, and I hope you get to hear from them as well. Just last week, a mother in my congregation called me from the emergency room at Emmanuel Hospital. She was there with her trans daughter who had attempted to end her life. The distraught mother kept talking about how awful society is to trans people. Now, I don't know if the daughter was following the news and the debate over this specific bill and ones like it. I don't know if the existence of this bill directly contributed to her suicide attempt, but I do know that the climate of bigotry and discrimination to which a bill like this contributes was a factor in her suicide attempt. So I come to you today as a Christian pastor who only last week cared for a family confronted by the need for gender-affirming care. I'm asking you not to further burden good people of Christian faith with unnecessary obstacles and political controversy. I'm asking you to uphold the dignity of the human person and to defend religious liberty and the freedom of conscience. In my denomination, the United Church of Christ, descended from the Pilgrims and the Puritans, we affirm that the beauty and blessedness of God's creation is present in all people. We make a conscious and deliberate decision to celebrate the diversity of creation as uniquely embodied in the people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. We honor the sacredness of people's lives through extravagant welcome and unconditional affirmation of people of all sexual orientations and gender identities. The mission statement of the Nebraska Conference of the United Church of Christ proclaims to live into God's extravagant welcome and advocate for justice so that all people know love, safety, belonging, and dignity. In what I distributed, you also have a letter from the Nebraska Conference of the United Church of Christ stating our religious opposition to this bill and all the clergy, congregations, and lay people who've added their names to the letter. This bill violates our Christian faith. It violates the sacredness of God's creation. It is antithetical to the gospel of Jesus Christ. This bill discriminates against my denomination and my congregation, threatening our religious liberty and our freedoms of conscience. So I ask you not to advance and to oppose LB 574. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Jones. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We will call up our next invited testifier, and I may be biased in saying possibly the best invited testifier, but that's just my own personal bias. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Ash Homan, and ASHHOMAN, and I am a trans person under 18, or under 19, I guess. And first, I would just like to point out a quick thing that I think a lot of people seem to be confused on here. Most people cannot get gender reassignment surgery before the age of 18, and the same with hormones such as estrogen and testosterone. And the option for kids under 18, which are hormone blockers, which just pause puberty, and if a child stops taking them, the puberty process will resume right where they left off. And this bill would limit the necessary gender-affirming care for the most vulnerable population at the moment, leaving teenagers more susceptible to suicide, discrimination, depression, and other mental health disorders and problems. Not to mention all the more people who would need to leave Nebraska just to get this care. So I'd like you to think of ways this bill would be hurting the state's future generations and taking those ways into consideration when passing other bills that deal with LGBT issues. I'm a trans teen, and I would like to see you guys do better work for the people that will be living in the state you created and will have to fix it for themselves. And discrimination has always been a problem for trans people of any age, and all this bill would do is perpetuate this by saying it's a mental disorder with treatment that needs to be pushed until the person is adult when they can make logical decisions for themselves. Today's youth already have enough mental health challenges already, and we don't need the added stress of having to live as our gender assigned at birth when we don't feel that way until we're old enough to change that. Whatever age a trans person starts to feel that way is the age that person should be able to start living as who they want to be. I'm not saying kids should be getting elaborate surgeries and taking permanent hormones at the age of 7. I'm saying the people introducing and passing these laws underestimate how much a child knows about their own body and about their own brain. These people need to trust kids to know what's best for themselves. I also find that as I listened to the proponents of this bill, I heard a lot of them talking about when they were young, they were called a tomboy and they thought of themselves as a tomboy. Being a tomboy and being trans are not the same thing, and they cannot be compared accurately to each other. And gender affirming care shouldn't have to wait until you guys say it should start when they feel comfortable.
You're in charge now.
Okay, that's right. Okay, are there any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you so much. Ash, thank you for being here. Not to diminish all of the rest of the testifiers, but you are possibly my favorite testifier today. And I appreciate you showing up and sharing your voice. It's so important. And I just want you to know that I'm really impressed with you. So thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? No, you're doing pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Even got the shades on, looking good too.
Yeah.
So.
I was debating whether to wear them or not, and I was like,
Okay.
yeah.
Good call. I think your mom would approve. All right. All right. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
thank you.
All right. We'll take the next invited testimony. Welcome. Now we're set.
Respected senators and constituents, my name is Dr. Cami Nitzel. I am a licensed psychologist in the state of Nebraska, as well as the founder of Kindred Psychology. We are an inclusive and affirming mental health practice in Lincoln, Nebraska. In addition to psychotherapy and assessment services, we also host free support groups for parents of trans youth and support groups for trans adolescents and adults as well. I've been providing mental health services in Nebraska for the past 29 years. Don't do the math. In 1995, I saw my first transgender youth in therapy and have served gender diverse populations consistently since that time. This is not new for me. I also have completed a PhD in counseling psychology with an emphasis in gender and have sought significant amounts of postdoctoral training in providing gender affirming care. Most recently, under the umbrella of Beacon and UNMC, Kindred Psychology was awarded federal ARPA funds to train and provide supervision for clinicians to provide gender affirmative care. This point bears emphasis. A panel containing experts from organizations such as Behavioral Health Region 5, Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services, Nebraska Department of Education, Community Alliance, NAMI, and CHI Health recognized the need to further train the behavioral health workforce according to this model that this bill seeks to prohibit. Gender affirming care is recognized as best practice from both a medical and a psychological perspectives. Of all of the perspectives I've heard today, a comprehensive explanation as to the breadth of services covered under gender affirmative care has been missing. It is so much broader and more nuanced than hormonal and surgical intervention, which is not clear in this bill. And I'm happy to explain more about that later. One of the points that I wanted to make, I see my light changed, has to do with the way in which this affects licensed providers in this state. Because of the way the statute is written, we are going to be forced to choose between practicing ethically and practicing legally. And as a state that is receiving federal funds due to the paucity of mental health care providers in this state, I think that is really a concern, and I'm happy to share more about that, but specifically having to do with the ways that we would be charged with unprofessional conduct by providing care or making a referral for this type of care.
Sorry, gotta stop.
Nope,
Got the
I
red
stopped,
light.
I saw it.
Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
I would love for you to continue explaining the practicing ethically or practicing legally and the unprofessional conduct of care. Keep in mind that we do want to hear from other testifiers, but
absolutely,
this is an area that is of particular concern for me.
Yes, me too. So when we talk about the ستutes by which we are bound as providers, we are bound to practice according to our codes of ethics. So APA, ACA, And as this is written, we would be guilty of practicing using unprofessional conduct if we provided gender affirming care. But according to our standards, this is the best standard for our practice. And so we, as providers, have this conundrum of, if I practice ethically according to the standards of my field, then I will be practicing illegally according to this bill.
And so then when we're talking about the professional conduct, I believe considered unprofessional conduct, and again, I looked at the statute, it is unclear as to what the course of action is. And I did ask that of Dr. Ronquist, but if you could say a little bit more about what the course of action, it goes to the Board of Health.
Yes.
And then
they do an investigation. They make a recommendation to the Attorney General. And then the Attorney General either then makes a recommendation regarding no action, censure, supervision being required due to a suspension, or the individual can lose a license to practice if they're found to have committed unprofessional conduct.
Okay, thank you.
So we lose providers.
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful.
Senator Reapy.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As a little follow-up to that, I'm curious because Nebraska is not the first state that's approached this. So I'm curious, I'm sure that you're in contact with like professionals in Florida or other places. And how are they working? Are they doing a workaround or what are they doing? Do you know?
I actually do not know what other professionals are doing in states where this has passed. I have only been in contact with people who are providing gender affirmative care.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Day.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Thank you for being here today. So could you just give me an idea? I asked Dr. Amora earlier, typically like a family practice doctor would refer a family to you, or what is that like, how long would somebody see you before you would send them to someone like Dr. Amora, or what is the process there? The timeline would be helpful too.
Right. So as a practice, we have seen everything from, I read all of the intake that comes in, and we've seen everything from someone making a self-referral, saying something like, I'm trans, I know I'm trans, I'm ready for this, or a parent saying the same thing for their child. And they already know and are aware that they need to make an effort to engage in a certain process. And it's really about clinical judgment. I also have been working with people who for years are trying to sift through the nuances of what they experience in order to come to a decision. Sometimes I will make a referral to Dr. Amora or someone like her to be able to let the person have a conversation from a more medical angle about what hormones might provide for them. And often it's just information gathering.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one more question.
Yes.
So you had mentioned, we talk a lot about surgical interventions and hormone therapy as being sort of the only things involved in gender affirming care. Could you just briefly talk about some of the other things that are involved in gender affirming care?
Absolutely. So when we think about the number of things that we talk about with gender affirming care, yes, it's hormones, yes, it's surgery at some point, but there's such a complexity there that for me, that's one of the problems of having a carte blanche bill like this. And so things like knowledge of child and adolescent development and to be able to provide an overall assessment of the home environment, of the kids' development in general. When were they first experiencing? What is their peer group like now? Are they being influenced? Are they being bullied? Is this a sense of self that they're clear about or is more fluid? And so I think one of the points that's been missing is gender affirmative care doesn't equal everybody transitions, right? Gender affirmative care is a supportive process to engage in with clients. And sometimes what happens is people get really clear about their gender identity and it's the same gender as was assigned at birth. And when we don't provide gender affirmative care, or when we tell providers, you can't talk about this because you're going to lose your license, then we don't provide sort of support and assistance that people need to be able to discern and kind of craft their own way through whatever that looks like.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Senator Beller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. You mentioned something in your testimony. You said experiences that led to this decision. It kind of corresponds with what the proponent said as well. Can you talk about working with your clients about those experiences that led to this decision?
The decision to seek therapy?
Yes, decision to seek or gender.
Yeah. You know, sometimes people will have an aha moment that lots of things that they had previously understood as aberrant all of a sudden makes sense because, oh, they have a word for it. So for example, if someone learns in health class, oh, there is a way to experience your own sense of gender identity that's like this. That's what I've been experiencing all of these years. I just have always called it wrong or called myself a tomboy. I'm not a tomboy. I think I'm this, right? So that's an example of something that might be a catalyst experience for someone to start exploring more. You're eyebrowing at me like that.
I'm just, no. I get what you're saying. A lot of proponents said they had a certain life experience. They called it trauma. Can you dive into that a little bit?
You bet. That's one of the parts of gender affirming care is to be able to differentiate. So if someone is asking that, right, if they're asking the question, am I trans? Of course, their development, their school, their peer group, has there been any trauma? What is the home environment like? Are they using substances of any kind, right? It is such a diverse and complex constellation of things to be talking about. And you can't conflate trauma with gender identity. Sometimes those go together, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes lots of other things go together as well.
Okay. And I've had one more brief question, if I may just. And did you say you received ARPA funding for?
Yes.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes. So in the last, what is it? Association for Rural. It's federal funding to increase provider density. And we're in rural areas that there are provider shortages. Mm-hmm. And so there was a competitive grant process. And then the experts from the organizations that I shared reviewed the grant proposals and then awarded funding based on demonstrated need, the proposals themselves.
Okay, thank you.
I have just a couple of questions, if I could, quick. Absolutely. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know there's people behind you that are willing to testify. Does this bill prohibit gender affirming care?
As I read it.
I thought it was more procedures and medications, not gender affirming care.
Right. So the
I know
way
where
that it's
we have
written,
to differentiate because I know you're saying it's kind of holistic and there's kind of,
right. The way that it's written, as I interpret it, uses the same CMS codes that a physician would use. So when I file to insurance for a 1-hour therapy session, that is a CMS code that comes from Medicare, right, of 90837. Dr. Amora will have her own CMS code. They're the same, right? There'll be different codes, but we're using the same book.
Sure. Is
Right.
it under gender affirming care? Like, is there a title that says gender affirming care? Here's your ICD-10 codes, all that kind of.
So when if you were my client and you were sitting in my office and you said, I wonder if I'm trans, if I am to say to you anything having to do with providing gender affirming care, I couldn't make a referral to Dr. Amora. We have lines and lines of people who leave their current providers because their providers aren't talking with them about it, right? So it is all coming from the same manual and the same book and the same WPATH standards that inform my work, informs Dr. Amora's work. It's all the same.
Okay, all right, thanks for that clarification.
You bet.
And I've heard this a couple times in different testimonies, it's our best practices.
Mhm.
Who determines best practices
The
for,
experts in each field. So,
is it like the AMA or is it?
yep. And I can read you the list. So we have
That's right.
APA, which is the American Psychological Association that I'm a member of. Then there are divisions within.
Okay,
And so Division 45 are experts in the fields of gender and sexuality. And those are people who publish, they do peer review.
sure. So it's a multitude of organizations.
Right,
Okay,
and those are the
that's what I
people-
was kind of curious. I don't know if it's one or if it's multiple ones that you guys kind of go by, so, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you very much. Insightful. All right, do we have any more invited testimony in opposition? I think we might be done. So what we're going to do next is we're going to actually kind of try to get everybody to move forward, and as we allow people to come in here, and if anybody is moving on or not testifying, if they want to leave, they can go out those doors, and if they're willing to stay. Yeah.
Looks like the Titanic.
and welcome our first testifier in opposition to LB 574.
Chairperson Hanson, thank you. Sorry, we had a bit of a rearrangement of chairs. Members of the Department of Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Dr. Elizabeth Whedon, ELIZABETH Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express my opposition to LB 574. I'm a double board certified OBGYN and reproductive endocrinology and infertility specialist. In addition to acknowledging the safety of these hormone modulating medications referenced in the bill, I would also like to speak to the limitation, if passed, this would put on physician referral to expert level care for gender affirming services in Nebraska. To illustrate this point, I would like to share a brief story and ask you to use your imagination to view how this landscape might look should LB 574 pass. Born and raised in Nebraska, I spent much of my childhood in awe of this very building and what greatness it represents, maybe even more so than most as I walked down these very stone hallways hundreds of times as my mother works at the Capitol for over 30 years. Most Nebraska children, however, have their first visit here on a field trip in elementary school. Maybe it was even yours first as well. Nonetheless, please imagine for a moment you are a child once again, walking up the giant stone steps to one of the biggest buildings you've ever seen. You might be excited, but also a little nervous. What could be inside? Will the people be nice? Your teacher holds your hand and gently leads you in, giving you the calm reassurance as she excitedly introduces you to the experts who are inside, who are part of this unique legislative unicameral that we have today. Now picture this instead. You are walking up to another large building, but this time it's a hospital, and you're holding your mother's hand, anxiously wondering what will happen inside. Will the people be nice? Will they know how to treat you or who to send you to? Your mom squeezes your hand because inside of that building are the experts. They will know what to say. They will know how to help. The difference, of course, in these two scenarios is the type of expert whom the child is going to see. Currently in Nebraska, referrals are made from specialists like myself to experts in the field of gender affirmation care who provide reassurance and treatment as well as confidence that this care is safe, it is important, well established, and that every person and every child matters to our community. But say this bill passes. Now imagine it's your child, this time holding your hand, and you walk into the doctor's office desperately hoping the expert can guide you as you've never dreamt you would be facing this scenario. But now that provider says, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you about your child's concerns because I could risk my license due to a legislative bill that was passed. I can no longer refer you to someone who can provide expert care. The medical experts are now out of reach. They may have even moved out of state, all because a barrier to care has been inserted by legislation. I cannot begin to understand the full scope of what you all do, nor do I expect you to understand what I do. But what I do expect and desperately hope at this point is that you can respect that we are the experts in medicine. As a reproductive hormone expert, I can tell you that these medicines are safe and the doctors that are prescribing them are qualified to do so. Furthermore, I desperately want to ensure that I can refer any patient without concern for my license. Yes, in closure, please let the children grow, but do so through opposing LB 574. As a physician and expert in reproductive hormones, a Nebraska native and a mother of 3 small children, oppose this bill, protect the next generation by leaving the medical decisions to the medical experts. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for testifying. Are there any questions from the committee? There are none.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So before I start taking testifiers over, we're going to go from one side of the room to the next. We'll kind of go back and forth. So that way we're all not kind of looking at each other, wondering who's going to go next. So we'll start on this side of the room with our next testifier in opposition. Welcome back, Senator.
Good evening, Chairman Hanson, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is John McCollister, John McCollister, and I reside in the 20th Legislative District. I understand there's a political mandate from a narrow segment of Nebraskans clamoring for the culture war legislation like we're hearing today. But with the dearth of bills to consider this legislative session, I would hope a wiser course of action would be for this committee to table this controversial legislation. First and foremost, it is a dangerous mistake for the legislature to substitute its own limited medical judgment
over families who are collaborating with doctors and mental health professionals based on established medical practices that are rooted in science. State senators, however well-intentioned, have no business injecting themselves into the doctor-patient relationship. In fact, the American Medical Association, AMA, has urged state governments to stop interfering with the treatment of trans youth. Moreover, it's clear that the passage of LB 574 would put the state of Nebraska in serious legal jeopardy. A similar bill in Arkansas that bans gender-affirming care for trans minors was blocked from enforcement by the Eighth Court of Appeals. And as sure as the sun rises in the east, the language proposed in this bill would be challenged in court as well. Is this bill so essential to the well-being of Nebraskans that the legislature would advance it with its serious constitutional defects? As it is now written, Section 38-179 generally defines unprofessional conduct as any departure from or failure to conform to the standards of acceptable and prevailing practice of a profession. Thus, the law clearly enacted by the legislature requires physicians to comply with the standards of their profession when diagnosing and treating their patients. LB 574 would turn this legislature into a professional medical panel, what it is not equipped to become. Please let this legislation die in committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I guess they don't miss debating you anymore. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. Thanks for coming. We'll take our next testifier in opposition from this side of the room, please. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Schuler, spelled SHERISHULER, and I am from Omaha. My 16-year-old son hates math. He's obsessed with his phone, and his room is an utter disaster. But he volunteers at kids' theater camps. He's especially good with kids on the autism spectrum. He is a brilliant actor, singer, and writer of poetry and plays. He loves his younger sibling, Spotify, Starbucks, and horror movies. Sometimes I have to nag him to shower. And other times he spends so much time on his hair that he's late for school. In other words, my son is a typical teenage boy. He's also transgender. Before figuring that out, his not so typical mental health issues included self-harm, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempt. We lived through some terrifying years as parents, struggling to find help, sleeping on his bedroom floor, and even multiple hospitalizations. One thing that finally helped was the transgender clinic. Partially because of the kind of misinformation heard today from the proponents of LB 574, we were scared about beginning treatment. Like most parents, we wanted our son to be healthy and safe. After a lot of careful research, we concluded that not beginning hormone therapy was riskier, and we cautiously moved forward, but only after his pediatrician, the doctor at the clinic, 2 psychiatrists, and his therapist all agreed. It's been 8 months on hormone therapy, and our son is thriving. His mental health issues are more manageable now that gender identity is not one of them. He has normal teenage problems like toxic relationships or friendship issues, but not mental health crises. When he was a toddler, he was critically ill at Children's in the PICU due to sepsis. Thank God the doctors could do what was needed to be done to save his life. No politician tried to interfere with the life-saving medication he needed. But LB 574 is exactly this, interfering with doctors' ability to save children's lives, including my son. Do not erase my son's progress, increase his risk of self-harm, and throw our family back into a chaos that we are just now emerging from. Gender-affirming care is life-saving medical care. I beg you not to support sending LB 574 past this committee.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any comments or questions from the committee? No, there are none. I think you just made your son more paranoid about his hair now. All right, we'll welcome our next testifier in opposition from the right. And just so everybody knows, in about 8 minutes, we'll start moving to 2-minute testimony so we can get as many people in as we possibly can. Same thing that we did with the proponents. We're going to do exactly the same for the opponents. We're actually going about 15 minutes longer. So just to kind of condense your thoughts when you kind of come up here. All right. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Hansen and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Dr. Alex Dworak, Alex Dworak. I reside in District 12. Thank you for serving the state of Nebraska as senators. It is in the spirit of our shared pursuit of the common good of all Nebraskans that I come before you today in opposition to LB 574. I am speaking on behalf of my main employer, One World Community Health Centers, and as a private physician. I grew up in Nebraska, went to college and medical school here, and did my family medicine training at the University of Nebraska, where I remain teaching faculty. I went into medicine to help people, and I do that by providing primary care to underserved populations. Over the past 20 years of my career, I have delivered babies, worked as a hospitalist, taught hundreds of students and resident physicians, treated HIV, cured people of hepatitis C, and battled the opioid epidemic by prescribing Suboxone, and I do all that in English and in Spanish. I faced down the worst days of COVID at risk to my own life and health, along with so many other dedicated colleagues. Providing gender-affirming care to children and adults who are born trans is just another part of my practice. It is one of many areas where I have studied and worked hard to gain mastery and expertise because there is a need for it and because it's the right thing to do. This bill would take away my medical license for helping families by providing evidence-based standard care. LB 574 grievously injures the relationship I have with parents and patients by inserting politics into the exam room. Why would the government tell me how to practice medicine? My treatment of trans children is supported by the consensus of 29 medical, psychiatric, and child welfare organizations. This bill rejects the best literature which shows improvements in mental health, reductions in suicidality, and improvement in overall well-being of children, adolescents, and adults who are affirmed in their identity. This is an impossible choice for me as a doctor. Abandon a segment of my patients and watch them suffer or lose my ability to practice. Even more importantly, this bill forces an impossible choice on families. It strips parents and guardians of their right to guide the moral and medical upbringing of children in their care in consultation with medical and mental health providers. Please ask yourself, what would you do to help your own child? How would you feel if your child needed evidence-based care to help their quality of life or even save their life and someone else besides you and their doctor got to tell you no? I oppose LB 574 because it would deprive patients and their families the choice to receive recommended standard medical care. It would also target the licenses of medical professionals here in Nebraska, just like me, for providing compassionate and guideline-driven care for one of the most vulnerable segments of our population. Thank you so much for the honor of speaking. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for testifying. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Eby.
I know you reside in District 12, so that makes you incredibly bright. So thank you for being here.
Thanks, Senator Eby.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you for coming to testify. I appreciate it. We'll take our next testifier in opposition from that senator. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is William Manhart. I'm here in opposition to LB 574. I'm the parent of two transgender children. You saw one of them earlier, Isabella Manhart.
William, can you spell your name for me, please?
Sorry, William Manhart, WILLIAMMANHART.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before this bill moves forward, I would like the committee members to consider that this action is potentially creating a law for a problem that does not exist. This is a copycat bill that comes from a conservative lobbyist group that has presented this type of bill in other states to create a distraction from real issues that exist. There are already safeguards in place, as Dr. Rosenquist and Dr. Moore pointed out earlier, that prevent what this bill is proposing to act into law. This bill distracts from the real problems that exist in this state. For example, on the 21st of January, a man walked into a Target with a loaded AR-15 with 3 additional magazines. We are one of the 2 states that led the nation in nursing home closures. We have nursing shortage, and hospitals in rural areas are on the brink of closing. I hear about these issues regularly, but I don't hear about children being nefariously given hormones or gender-affirming treatment in some type of cabal, because gender-affirming care is not a problem. This is simply political bullying by members of our legislative body against the marginalized group of people in our communities. Additionally, if parents have the right to decline vaccinations for their children, particularly the COVID-19 vaccination, a virus that has killed millions in this nation alone, why do senators who support this bill believe that they should limit the rights of parents to seek gender-affirming care for their transgender child? Care, which according to our federal Department of Health and Human Services, and I quote, improves the mental health and overall well-being of gender diverse children and adolescents. There's a citation below, and I give other information that you can look at at your leisure. Finally, please do your research. There are many studies and pediatricians and doctors that you've heard from today who will provide evidence and facts about benefits of gender-affirming care. This bill should not be based on opinions, religious beliefs, or biases. I just want to add that the testimony made before in support of this was largely based on hypotheticals and fear, bias, religious beliefs. I did not see all the supportive testimony for this bill. I only recall one parent who was the parent of a transgender child. I am the parent of two transgender children, and you will likely see more parents behind me come up and testify who oppose this bill.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman Henson. I guess I would like to respond a little bit to the accusation of political bullying. You know, we're spending 6, almost 7 hours today trying to hear both sides of the issue, trying to stay as open-minded as we could. So I'd like to think
And I
that's
appreciate
not
that.
political bullying, because we do have an interest in the welfare of the children of the state. I think everyone does.
Well, I appreciate your opinion.
So I don't mean to sound defensive. I just want, I guess, clarity. Thank you. Thanks for being here, and God bless you.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. We'll take our next testifier in opposition.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of the Committee of Health and Human Services, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Dr. Megan Sheehan, M-E-G-H-A-N, S-H-E-E-H-A-N. I'm a CL psychiatrist, and I'm here to voice my opposition to LB 574. I also have background in medical ethics, having previously served as a former clinical chair of ethics committee at UNMC. One of the most important things children are tasked to do in development is to gain a sense of themselves in the world. That identity formation includes gender identity. It's a normal developmental process. This can involve ideas of gender that differ from traditional societal norms. Things like gender diversity, expansiveness, creativity, nonconformity, fluidity, genderqueer, agender. I want to highlight something I said. I said traditional societal norms. Societies are ever evolving and norms are constantly rewritten. Do not think that because the terms are new and the public awareness is greater, that the development of gender identity itself has changed. In other words, it's the traditions and words that have changed, not the people. In point, I work with many older adults who have such regret over a life lived falsely. I see the disruption and heartache when gender formation and identification is stifled. I also work with the youth that this bill would affect. LB 574 is not a neutral decision to let them grow. The onset of puberty and development of secondary sex characteristics and menses is unwanted and devastating. If a child says, "You're hurting me," you stop. Well, the youth of Nebraska are here to say clearly and bravely, "You are hurting me." However, Trans affirming treatment isn't just about the drugs and surgeries. It's about support and education, which is a huge component of all care. As a psychiatrist, I work with them to see if there are in contributing mental diagnoses that we can treat that might be complicating the picture. I work as a team with all of the different people from the medical groups you've heard from today. The APA, American Psychiatric Association, fully supports the use of medications to suppress the onset of puberty and allow the adolescent more time for cognitive and emotional development, and possibly continuing with the gender affirmation process. Referrals for these services and families should be made between the physician, their parents, and the patient. I oppose any effort to criminalize or penalize physicians for providing evidence-based care for their patients. I ask you to oppose this harmful legislation that restricts care and criminalizes medicine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again. I think this is the last
Oh,
time. You were here last week, weren't you?
Yes, with strep throat. It's better
Strep
this
throat.
time.
Well, thanks for spending another evening with us.
Thank you.
So can you talk a little bit about rural Nebraska and gender affirming care,
Yes.
especially from a psychological perspective?
Yes, so COVID did a lot of hard things to our world. One thing that it did that I am grateful for is pushing telehealth further. I do a lot of work via telepsychiatry because I'm a subspecialist in psychiatry of 1 and 2 in the state. Access to me is a little bit difficult for rural Nebraska. Because of COVID, we got to advance telehealth and get parity for mental health via telecommunication. And so I can access and have patients from all across rural Nebraska, providing them the care that they would otherwise be denied because there's no psychiatrists and definitely no CL psychiatrists out there.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier in opposition from this side of the room.
Fortunately, did not get it printed out, so like every teenager, I would be using my phone. Hello, my name is Alex Hamrick, spelled ALEXHAMRIC. I am 15 years old, and I will be representing myself as a citizen of Lincoln, Nebraska. I would like to begin by saying I am not delusional. I am not sick. I am not indecisive. I am more than what this bill makes me out to be. I am not simply a child that has lost their way. I am not ignorant to the magnitude of the choices I have made. I have faced harassment, bullying, threats of violence. I have been terrified, disrespected, and ignored, all because I will not hide who I am. I am transgender, and I am so proud to be. You are my representatives. You are meant to give me and people like me a voice. But if you stand in support of this legislation, you are not doing your job. You are meant to listen to your people, so listen to us. This will cause irreversible death. Suicides in children will skyrocket. And why? So you can stay comfortable? So you can hide your fear and cowardice behind parental rights? Tell me, senators, is that a good enough reason for children to kill themselves? As someone speaking in opposition, I am aware I am advocating for the status quo. And we are all aware that the status quo right now is not ideal. But this bill only stands to make it worse, not better. The negative impact of this legislation far outweighs the benefits. Now, if you stand in opposition, I applaud you. I applaud you for listening to the public and keeping us safe. I applaud you for, forgive me, but doing the bare minimum for the trans community. But if you are in support, I will not stand here and beg you to care. I will not stand here and beg you to view me as a peer, knowing that I will never change your mind. I do not have that ability. As a minor who is trans, I understand that if you do not see me as a peer and you do not see me as an equal, you never will. But that is not my job. My job is to just make you hear me when I say the safety, the health, the lives, and the future of the trans youth are in your hands. And I implore you, please choose the right thing to do with it. Thank you, and I will accept any questions at this time.
Thank you. Good job bringing up the phone. That's good. All right. Any questions from the committee at all? Senator Reapy.
I know it's a nice job. Nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much.
All right. We'll take our next testifier in opposition.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Maskin, MD, Lauren, Maskin. I am here before you as a board-certified inpatient pediatrician who has been in practice for over 10 years, as a mother, and as a member of the Nebraska chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm here to share my experience and perspective in opposition to the Let Them Grow Act. I have cared for a large volume of children, predominantly teenagers, who have ceased being able to cope with maltreatment or mental health problems, and therefore have attempted to take their own life. I fortunately usually see the ones that survive their ingestion, drowning, hanging, but not all do. In the state of Nebraska, according to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, a suicide plan was made by 14.3% of adolescents, and 10.1% actually attempted. I see the 3% who attempted, leading to injury, poisoning, or harm by overdose that needed to be treated medically. We know that these rates have risen during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I expect regionally we will see that in the next survey. I share these statistics because I know we can all agree that it is a public health priority to provide more mental health services to our youth and decrease the rate of attempted and completed suicides. LB 574 is therefore a threat to Nebraskan public health efforts because the rates of mistreatment, depression, self-harm, and attempted suicide are even higher in the transgender and gender diverse TGD population. Based on the 2015 U.S. Transgendered Survey, 39% of TGD respondents reported serious psychological distress in the month prior, compared to only 5% of the U.S. general population. Staggeringly, 40% of respondents had attempted suicide in their lifetime, compared to 4.6%. 77% of TGD individuals also have experienced maltreatment, including physical and sexual abuse, verbal assault, more harsh discipline at school, or prohibition from dressing according to their gender. And some even experience mistreatment from medical professionals. With those numbers, any bill that compromises the ability of a TGD individual to seek physical care that supports their identity increases the risk of depression and suicide in that population. This bill is not about growth. This bill reinforces one viewpoint of the appropriate or typical physical attributes of a gender. It only supports the growth of adolescents who look, act, and want the same things as the status quo. This bill is about suppression. This is about restricting those children who are seen as different by interfering with their ability to have candid conversations with their medical professionals and explore therapies that support their mental and physical health. LB 574 threatens the sanctity of the patient-physician relationship, and it systematizes discrimination against TGD individuals. The decision to utilize gender-affirming medical therapies is a very personal one. It should remain between patients, their legal guardians, and their medical professionals. There are many challenges that the TGD children and their families already experience on a regular basis. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics policy statement, ensuring comprehensive care and support for transgender, gender diverse children and adolescents, which I provided a printed highlighted copy for you.
Doctor,
These,
the red light went off. Sorry.
sure,
Gotta
sorry.
stop you.
Didn't see
Apologize.
that.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Davis.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson, and thank you, Dr. Maskin, for being here today. So you handed out a few things. Can you
I
just
did.
help me understand what all of this is?
Sure. So I referenced the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. So I printed for you the 2 pages of that relate to depression, suicide thoughts, suicidal attempts, and in the youth. It's a multi-page document, so I only printed the most pertinent. I also provided the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey. It's also a, I want to say 300-page document. I printed for you the highlights that involve the data that I stated in my statement. I have 2 letters from colleagues with their viewpoints. I have the Ensuring Comprehensive Care and Support for Transgender and Gender Diverse Children and Adolescents. In there are 94 references from the medical literature about the support and research for gender affirming care, including JAMA Pediatrics, the Journal of Adolescent Psychiatry, American Journal of Public Health, and you can see the rest of the references, but there's a lot of them. And then I also provided for you, but didn't get a chance to mention, one of a few studies that shows that gender-affirming hormone therapy does decrease rates of depression and suicide. And that research is still evolving.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're gonna start moving to 2-minute testimony now, so in case that red light goes up a little bit sooner, that's why. All right, we'll welcome our next testifier in opposition to LB 574.
Good evening, Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jill Dibbern-Manhart, JILLDIBBERN-MANHART, and I live in District 5. I'm here today not only as a mental health therapist, but more importantly, as a mother of 2 gender nonconforming children. A mother who wants nothing more than to help her children grow up in a world where they feel they are valued and loved. When legislators decide to introduce harmful bills like LB 574, they send the message, you do not belong. They spend their time focusing on whether transgender children and their families have the right to make healthcare decisions on what will best support their needs. Aren't those decisions my decisions as a parent? They present their reasoning as if it's about children's well-being and protecting children, but it is really about their discomfort and judgment of something they do not understand. I have walked this journey next to my 10-year-old transgender son, a journey that began very young, at age 2, watching, wondering how to best support him. I have been fearful of the greater world, the hate and intolerance, but knew as his mom that his happiness and sense of self is the most important thing in the world. With bills like this, what I have feared most for my child has come true. This bill is not about supporting children. It is about others' discomfort of who my child is. My son is one of the most caring, loving individuals that you will ever meet. He is creative, athletic, adventuresome, and kind. He just wants to go to school, play with his friends, and be a kid. I would never want my child to be pushed to fit in some box to appease others' discomfort. He is not a threat to you, but with this bill, you are a threat to him. This bill says you don't get the same human rights that other children have. I grew up on a farm in central Nebraska and have lived here my whole life. I have loved this state and overall loved raising my children here. But now I wonder if this place I have loved has a place for my family and me. Do we belong here anymore? Will we be supported here? I'm heartbroken for your fear. I'm heartbroken by your intolerance. And most importantly, I'm heartbroken for the youth of our state who are saying to right now, you do not belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming. We'll take the next testifier in opposition from this side of the room.
Hello to the committee. My name is Dr. Shannon Godsell, SHANNONGODSIL. I'm a board certified general pediatrician, and I'm lucky enough to practice in Sarpy and Douglas County for the last 10 years. I am privileged to not only care for all growing children, but those include our transgender community. I write and speak today on behalf of the Nebraska chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics in opposition to LB 574. The Nebraska chapter of American Academy of Pediatrics represents pediatric medical providers across the state and works for the health and well-being of Nebraska children. The AAP strongly advocates for comprehensive and evidence-based gender-affirming care for all children. Gender-affirming care means providing care which focuses on the acceptance and understanding of a youth's gender experience. This means recognizing that being transgender or gender diverse is a normal aspect of human diversity and that gender is an interplay of biology, development, socialization, and culture. Being transgender or gender diverse does not constitute a mental disorder. If any gender diverse youth has a concurrent mental health issue, it often stems from the negative experience and stigma in which they have lived. It is important to remember that youth who identify as LGBTQ+ continue to face disparities from a multitude of sources, including inequitable laws and policies, social discrimination, and a lack of access to health care. More than 55% of transgender and gender diverse youths have faced suicidal ideation, a rate almost 3 times higher than their cisgendered peers. Please, as a general pediatrician, let me watch and support and continue to help all of my children, including transgender health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Nope, no questions. Thank you. I will take the next testifier in opposition on this side. And on another side note, if we're going to be moving around, when you get out of the chair, it tends to smack the back of the chair and it makes a whole lot of noise out here. So if you can, maybe just hold on to it when you get up. That'd cut down some of the noise. Appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Health and Human Services Committee, for hearing me today. My name is Dr. Natasha Gallett, Natasha Gallett, and I am currently in Omaha, Nebraska. I am a pediatrician and internal medicine resident physician, which means I specialize in the care of children, adolescents, and adults. I currently am having specific education in a longitudinal experience at an adolescent clinic that does provide gender-affirming care. I am testifying in opposition to Legislative Bill 574. My viewpoints are my own and do not reflect those of my employer. I cannot reiterate the support that I have for everyone who has come before me, and that the most important thing that I see here is that this bill infringes upon the core tenet of medicine that all physicians take an oath to at the beginning of medical school, which is do no harm. You have heard time and time again that gender affirming care saves lives. Additionally, as my unique perspective caring for adults, I have seen them survive their suicide attempts and now have to be forced into a second puberty when they start this care at an older age. My goal has always been to return to a rural community and provide exceptional care for my exceptional patients so they can become exceptional community members. This bill, if it passes, I will not practice in Nebraska. I will not practice in rural Nebraska where you so desperately need me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier in opposition. And I'm sorry it's 100 degrees in here too, by the way.
Hi, thank you, Senator
Welcome.
Hansen, for having us. And thank you to the committee members. My name is Dr. Shannon Haynes, SHANNON, and I am a pediatrician in Nebraska. My views are my own and they do not reflect that of my employer. And I am here in opposition of 574. I come to you from a unique standpoint of being both a medical doctor and the parent of a trans child. Through my training, I have seen firsthand the positive effects of children receiving gender-affirming care. There are some opponents of gender-affirming care who claim that trans children are mentally unwell. However, it has been shown that trans children who are supported in their identities have levels of depression and anxiety equal to or less than their peers. Gender-affirming care also reduces suicide attempts by at least 40%, which you've heard numerous times throughout these presentations. This bill would interfere with life-saving treatment and the sacred physician-patient relationship. If this bill were to pass, it would hurt the children of Nebraska. I have a 16-year-old son who is trans. He came out to me almost 3 years ago, and we have been so fortunate to have a pediatrician and medical team who have been supportive of his gender identity and our family. He is now completely socially transitioned, and we're starting the medical transition. He is in honors classes, college classes. He is in 5 extracurricular activities, 3 of which he holds leadership positions in. This is in a very stark contrast to before he started his transition. As a pediatrician, my focus is on helping parents raise their children to be the happiest, healthiest versions of themselves they can be. As a parent, my focus is on raising good, upstanding, healthy members of society who have the chance to reach their full potential. Enacting LB 574 would be harmful to the children and families of Nebraska. Enacting LB 574 would be harmful to my 16-year-old who just wants to live his life like any other kid. Please oppose this bill, and thank you so much for your time and listening.
Thank you. Good timing. All right. Any questions from the committee? Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen, and thank you, Dr. Haynes, for being here today. I am going to ask the same question I asked of an earlier testifier. You had a few things that you handed out here.
Yes.
Can you help me sift through them?
Yes, one of them is my letter. One of them is a letter from another MedPeds resident who wasn't able to attend today. There are 4 articles that I printed out for you. The first one is an article about pubertal suppression for transgender youth and the risk of suicidal ideation. I highlighted, this is the first page is in the abstract and there's more in the article. But basically it's saying that when compared to those who wanted pubertal suppression but did not receive it, the people who did receive pubertal suppression had lower odds of lifetime suicidal ideation. And we know suicidal ideation and suicidal ideation with a plan is the highest predictor for completion of suicide. The next, another article I put in is young adult psychological outcome after puberty suppression and gender reassignment. And this one I thought was important because they found that there was similar or even better than same age young adults, mental health outcomes from the same age young adults in the general population. And as you heard before, we don't use control groups anymore because it's unethical to prohibit gender affirming care. So we compare these children before and after they have pubertal suppression, just the general baseline population data. One of the next ones is about anti-trans legislation in general and how it affects transgender and gender diverse youth when it's brought up. And it is a great read for people who need to know what we're subjecting these children to over and over again when we introduce anti-trans bills. And finally, the Association of Gender Affirming Hormone Therapy with Depression, Thoughts of Suicide, and Attempted Suicide Among Transgender and Binary Youth is a good article. Again, just supporting the use of gender affirming care for this population to protect their mental health.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Appreciate
time.
Coming. We'll take our next testifier in opposition. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, members of the committee. My name is Spencer Robinson, SpencerRobinson. I'm a physician here in the state of Nebraska, training in internal medicine and pediatrics like Dr. Gallup. I'm here to testify in opposition of LB 574. My opinions are my own and do not reflect those of my employer or my colleagues. That being said, several of my colleagues have come up here and testified on their perspective in this bill from the perspective of a pediatrician, but I think that my standpoint is a little bit unique because I provide healthcare to both children and adults. Lots of statistics have been thrown at you. I've got most of them written down in my testimony. I won't waste your time by reciting them, but there are some statistics that have not been said yet that I do think are very important. Many of the patterns of mental health disorders that we see in transgender youth continue into adulthood, and they actually, and oftentimes, can get worse. Furthermore, adults who are gender nonconforming have an increased all-cause mortality compared to cisgendered people. In lay terms, that means that almost at every single age group, if you are transgender, you are more likely to die, including age 18 to 29, which is encompassed by this bill. The exact cause of that increased mortality is not known, but a direct medical link has not been established, leading some experts to attribute this to suicidality and homicide of transgender individuals. The bottom line of my testimony is that gender-affirming healthcare, including social, psychological, medical, and surgical interventions with the goal of reconciling a person's sex assigned at birth with their gender identity, is essential healthcare. LB 574 aims to restrict trained medical professionals from providing gender-affirming care to the children of Nebraska, and it is my professional opinion that the passage of LB 574 will harm the children of Nebraska. LB 574 states in Section 3 that the state has a compelling interest in protecting the citizens of Nebraska. Yet in the same document, LB 574 seeks to restrict healthcare that has been shown to reduce the burden of mental health and decrease suicide attempts in this population, knowing that suicide attempts are a major cause of mortality in adult transgender individuals. Make no mistake, gender-affirming care is an essential part of improving the health and well-being of non-gender conforming youths, and that I urge you to please let this die at committee.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Reeve.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for being here. You said that gender identification or ID is essential healthcare. Is that out of the Nebraska Medical Association or the?
Nope, that is just of my opinion that gender affirming care is essential in all of its facets, medical, surgical, even social. I think if you look at section 4, paragraph 5, it actually defines gender alteration as involving medical, surgical, and social interventions, which my reading of that sentence tells me that I won't be able to socially interact with my patients unless I'm using the pronouns that are given to the assigned sex at birth rather than their preferred pronouns, which would limit my ability to take care of them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier in opposition on this side. Welcome.
Excuse me, Ron Fussell, Fussell. Senator Hansen and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to offer this brief but important testimony regarding LB 574, the Let Them Grow Act. My name is Dr. Ron Fussell. I'm a Nebraska citizen, an educator by training, and a parent of a child who is receiving gender-affirming health care. I'm here with my wife, Tina, who's in the overflow lounge to stand in opposition to LB 574. As parents of a transgender child, my wife and I have experienced firsthand how Raven's, and that's our daughter's name, gender dysphoria tightened its icy grip on the very core of her personal identity. It led Raven, who had always been a happy child, into a dark and distressing state of repair, and it led us to wonder how to best support her. Along the way, we were fortunate to have had the resources and support of medical professionals who joined us in thoughtful and careful dialogue about appropriate therapeutic interventions. These interventions have helped Raven to blossom and grow into the human being that she was intended to be. Years later, Raven is now 18 years old, preparing for college, and is happy, healthy, and thriving. She has a bright future ahead of her, and for that, we owe a great deal of gratitude to Raven's doctors who connected her with the gender-affirming therapy that she was so fortunate to receive. If you're a lawmaker who is considering supporting LB 574, I have only one request. It is to speak with families of transgender children in your legislative district who have received gender-affirming therapy and healthcare. Listen to their stories with an open heart. Learn about the challenges that those transgender children and their families face on a daily basis. Take the time to see their world through their eyes. You can even contact me, and my contact information is on the written documentation. I'd be so happy to share with you more details about Raven's story and to explain how gender-affirming therapy that Raven is receiving may very well have saved her life. And I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you for coming to testify. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you, guys.
Not seeing any. Thank you. We'll take our next testifier in opposition from this side of the room.
Before anybody says, I say anything, I just want to say I asked this lovely person if I could go before them. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Maeve. That's M-A-E-V-E, Malice, M-A-L-I-S-E. My pronouns are she, they, and I am a Black transgender woman from Omaha. And I'm just going to get into this. As trans people, we are facing a genocide. I have not seen anybody really talk about this, but if you don't believe me, here are some key markers of genocide that we are meeting. Classification, discrimination, and dehumanization, and polarization. It's bills like these that help create a fascist society that only straight white cis men are able to live in. And if you don't see what's wrong with that, you are a part of the problem. I've been on estrogen for almost 9 months now, thanks to Dr. Amora. And let me tell you, I would not be here without it. And I don't think anybody at all deserves to go through the mental anguish and torment that so many of my friends, loved ones, and people I care about are going through and continue to go through. If you truly care about the youth, then you'll vote no to this bill. And to all the LGBT people who aren't standing up for trans people, Marsha P. Johnson once said, "No pride for some of us without liberation for all of us." Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. May I call you Maeve?
Yes.
Thank you, Maeve. Thanks for being here today. I just wanted to tell you and all those sitting behind you that I see you, that you are loved, that you are important, and that I am grateful for you being here today.
Any other questions?
For the record, she's never said that to me once.
That is a fact.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier in opposition on this side of the room, please. Welcome.
My name is Sapphire Smith, SAPPHIRE My pronouns are they, them. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, and I oppose this bill. I'm tired of my identity being considered political. I hate that my medical options are being debated, not by doctors, but by politicians. Politicians have no right to make my medical decisions for me. I know what I want from my body, and I've known since the moment I learned what a period was. I've been on puberty blockers for 8 months. If I'm forced to stop them, my period will return and puberty will resume. Everyone knows that periods are painful, but I don't think that people who don't experience them have any idea how painful. I have chronic pain, and my particular pain is constant. Period cramps are 10 times worse than my everyday pain, which is already bad enough that I can't go to school. When I had cramps before, I was unable to do anything, not even read books. Forcing me to go through puberty and have periods is cruel. One thing that people are concerned about is surgeries being performed on kids. That simply isn't happening. I'm 16, and the only medical part of my transition so far is the puberty blockers. I have an appointment with a surgeon coming up to discuss top surgery or breast removal. Since before my breasts even started growing, I've wanted to be completely flat-chested. For 5 years now, I think about how much I wish I didn't have breasts multiple times per day, every single day of every single week, month, and year. Top surgery is mainly for 18-year-olds and above, but a few doctors are willing to operate on 16 to 17-year-olds. Bottom surgery, which can refer to many different procedures involving genitalia, is strictly 18 plus. Once I meet with the surgeon, it's likely that I'll be put on a years-long waiting list and required to provide multiple letters from psychologists to prove that I'm really trans enough to get surgery. It's hard enough to get the healthcare that I need without it being banned. What most people don't realize is that cisgender people get gender-affirming care all the time. Breast enhancements, breast reductions, liposuction, and so many more popular procedures are all gender-affirming care. When people talk about banning this sort of care, they mean only for trans people. That is the most blatant that discrimination can get. This is exactly how genocides start. Dehumanization, separation, laws limiting their rights, also that killing them is justified. This is not an exaggeration. In the first large book burning that the Nazis held, they burned upwards of 25,000 medical books and journals from a sexology institute, which included works on homosexual and transgender topics. Leading up to the Holocaust, there were more than 400 decrees and regulations meant to strip Jews of their rights. Pass this bill if you want to genocide on all trans people, including kids. Vote no on this bill if you don't want to kill kids.
All right. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for coming, by the way. Are there any questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none. Thank you. We'll take our next testifier in opposition on this side of the room.
Hello, my name is Dr. David Greiner, DAVIDGREINER, and I'm a resident OBGYN physician training in Omaha, but today I represent myself. This bill has many flaws, which you've heard many people before me talk about, but today I want to talk specifically about an OBGYN training physician and the training that this might impact on me. With gender-affirming healthcare becoming more readily available and less stigmatizing, it's critical that physicians like myself get this training experience. In the near future, I think the initial workup for gender dysphoria and counseling about the use of hormones is one that will be routinely performed by general OBGYNs, some pediatricians, and family medicine doctors. Without this training, we're setting up for the next generation of physicians for failure. I've had the amazing opportunity to work in the gender care clinics, and this has overall made me a more well-rounded physician, and has been some of the most educational and fulfilling opportunities that I've had during my residency training. Much of the training that I've gotten in the gender clinics isn't something that I can learn from a textbook. Many, as you know, many patients who are cis or trans male, they don't undergo bottom surgery, but they still need routine pelvic exams. And performing a pelvic exam on somebody who is been through already so much trauma and has so much dysphoria on their body can be traumatizing. And I think it's important to train physicians to have a welcoming environment so these patients can get the routine healthcare that they need. Thank you. I strongly support you, or want you to oppose this bill.
Okay, all right. Thank you for testifying. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And feel free not to answer this question, but I am noticing a pattern in our testifiers today in the medical community that they are testifying in their own capacity, but no one is saying where they work or where they study. And I was wondering if you were willing to share where you study or if you were directed to not share that information.
I was not specifically not told I couldn't do it, but I have worked in the gender care clinic with Dr. Amora.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming. We'll take the next testifier on this side.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Mary Sullivan, MarySullivan. On behalf of the Nebraska chapter of the National Association of Social Workers, I'm testifying in opposition LB 574. This bill demonstrates that the legislature should not be deciding what medical treatment individuals need and when they should receive it. It demonstrates a deep disrespect some people have towards people who are not like themselves. It also shows disrespect for expertise in the medical, psychological, and mental health professional communities in Nebraska. As described earlier in this hearing, LB 574 puts mental health professionals in conflict with their code of ethics. By prohibiting referrals and recommendations for needed treatment, this bill violates one of the most important ethical principles in healthcare. We're asking you please to vote in opposition to this bill. But the antidote to ignorance and fear is rational study and consideration. If our state senators are serious about understanding this issue and behaving constructively, instead of ramming this naive, an uninformed bill through committee, they should support an interim study to learn about transgender issues, including needs and treatment. It should include learning about biology and human development. It should include all stakeholders concerned about ensuring that all transgender Nebraskans receive the treatment and care they need on a timely basis. The leaders of the interim study must provide time necessary to ensure that individuals are listened to and their experience and needs are understood. The interim study should also tap the experience of family members and healthcare professionals with experience and expertise in this area. The study should inform our legislators about the healthcare services currently in place in Nebraska to meet treatment needs and the ways the system of care currently works and can be improved. It must identify the effective ways to educate state senators and all Nebraskans about the human development and psychology of gender and the experience of transgender individuals. This is what it's going to take to eliminate stigma, prejudice, and cruelty that LB 574 reflects.
I hate to cut you off. Red light went off. You're doing great. You were close though. All right. Any questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take our next testifier in opposition from this side of the room. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Eliana C.B. Wallace, spelled ELIANA-SIEBE-WALLES, and I am a 20-year-old Nebraskan from District 49. Please refer to me with they, them pronouns. The proposed bill horrifies me. It is clear that the senators who endorse it have no idea how cruel banning any form of transition care to trans youth is. Trans children deserve to have the resources available to them so that they can grow to be adults. Many people bring up the fear that these treatments will cause permanent damages to the children who ask about them. However, medications such as puberty blockers and replacement hormones have repeatedly shown to be not only safe, but reversible. Additionally, the surges that you are attempting to ban simply are not happening. It takes years and years to diagnose, schedule, and plan out a gender-affirming surgery by consenting adults. This type of transition care simply isn't being approved for minors, and therefore attempting to ban it is straight up fear-mongering about what transition care is to those who need it, as explained by the Journal for Interpersonal Violence in March 2022. 82% of trans people will consider completing suicide in their lifetime. 40% of trans people attempt suicide in their lifetime. The gender-affirming medication that you are trying to ban significantly lowers the risk of suicidality in trans teens. Puberty blockers and replacement hormones are life-saving pieces of medication. If you want to actually let children grow, please oppose this bill and stop trying to take away the resources keeping trans children alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Day.
Just one. You said you are from District 49.
I
Is
am.
that correct? I'm also your representative.
I understand
so
that,
Lovely
yes.
to meet a constituent here. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
for being here. I believe we're on this side. Please give your green sheet.
Okay, my name is Jeremy Erickson. I do prefer Julia. Spelling the name is Jeremy, last name Erickson, Eriksen. I am 42 years old. I started transitioning here in a few days. Will be 3 years and 4 months ago. I've experienced a lot of hardships going through this. Growing up, being trans but not identifying, I experienced a lot of bullying, and I've definitely suffered a lot of repercussions that have been mentioned here of what could happen if not properly affirmed. I have also met several kids that I even personally know would probably even try to kill themselves if they were no longer allowed to receive treatment. So I want to be here in opposition of LB 574 and support my trans family.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Thank you for being here. And we will go to this side now.
Hi, my name is Steph Engelbart, STEPHENGELBART, and I am an independently licensed clinical social worker in Lincoln and am employed with Kindred Psychology. I have served in this role for 18 years and for the past 10 years have largely worked with the LGBTQ community, specifically the gender diverse people. It is a humbling experience to support these individuals and their families as they navigate the transition process. These are some of the best humans I have met, and I am honored to even be a small part of their journeys. Further, these families are some of the strongest, bravest, most supportive, loving people who only want the best for their children. The youth that I work with face more challenges than you and I will ever experience on a day-to-day basis. They navigate acceptance and inclusion, bullying, discrimination, school and family pressure, societal expectations, and often anxiety, depression, or other mental health concerns. Trans youth who are exploring identity on top of all of these other factors face enormous amounts of pressure. It is my job to help them navigate these concerns, and I must stress that navigating gender identity as an adolescent is an overwhelming and difficult experience. It is incredibly important for the overall well-being and health of our trans youth that we as mental health and medical providers can continue to provide gender-affirming care. This includes therapy or the use of puberty blockers and hormones. Sometimes for a youth, starting hormones is the only way for them to successfully navigate adolescence. I want to make sure you understand that these treatments do save lives. I also want to stress that this is not something that happens on a whim. This is a very detailed process that each youth and their family must go through in order to begin puberty blockers and/or hormone therapy. It is a carefully thought out process that includes several evaluations from mental health and medical perspectives, as well as consistent care and coordination with both the youth and their family. A mental health provider then needs to provide a letter of affirmation to the medical provider. This letter is prepared according to the ethical guidelines as set forth in the World Professional Association for Transgender Health.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
I know I'm out of time.
thank you so much. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
and I believe it is your turn. Welcome.
Okay. 1 second here. It's not working right. All right. Hello, my name is Cadence Tomash, Kadencetomaszch. I'm a daughter to a loving mother, wife to a loving husband, and aunt to several amazing children. I believe in a Nebraska that respects and honors its own values. Values like integrity, respect, compassion, growth, and excellence. Values that I pledge to uphold as a corrections corporal. Values that you laugh at and disregard in front of me here today. I am urging you to oppose LB 574 and other anti-transgender legislation to prove me wrong. This bill references biologically healthy. What does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. It's being used as a way to refer to us as a disease, that we are unhealthy. It is referring to eugenics. It is calling us a disease and is trying to get rid of us. I'm trying to shorten this down, but fellow Nebraskans, ask yourself, if going down a eugenic, pseudo-fascist rabbit hole is really growth, is it compassion to see children not be able to access WPATH guidelines that are evidence-based medicine? No one here wants babies mutilated at birth. All I ask is that you respect everyone's rights and everyone's lifestyles. If nothing else, have some integrity and listen to reason and logic and not to money someone is paying you. The excellence of our state is determined by all of its citizens, not just the privileged majority. Respectfully, I would like to use the remainder of my time to list the names of transgender citizens across America that were killed in 2022 to hate crimes. Condi Red, 29, black trans woman stabbed to death in Kansas City, Missouri. ACD Morrison, Two-Spirit member of Lakota tribe, fatally shot in Rapid City, South Dakota. Ari Lage, 21, found dead in Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Florida, sorry. Naomi Skinner, fatally shot. Cypress Ramos, 21, was found dead in a storage unit.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt, but please feel free to send that to the committee, that list, because it is, of course, important. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you so much for your testimony. And again, please feel free to follow up with us with the list that you're
Thank you.
reviewing. Thank you. We'll take from this side. Oh, that's it. Thank you. Welcome.
Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Tiffany Weiss, spelled Tiffanywiss. I live in District 37 in Kearney. Today I'm here as a parent in opposition to LB 574, and I'll be sharing my family's personal experience with you all today. I'm the proud mom of 5 amazing children, 2 of whom are transgender. My oldest son finally got us to understand that he was trans when he was 9 years old. This was after he had already attempted suicide and had to be kept in an inpatient psychiatric hospital for 3 weeks. Before he came out to us, he was the saddest, quietest child. He never made eye contact. He hardly talked. He would rarely smile. My ex-husband and I attributed all of that to the trauma that he had before we adopted him at age 3, but we were mistaken. After our son came out to us, we talked to a counselor about his gender identity. They recommended someone else who focused on gender therapy. With the help of this therapist, we learned how to navigate the world with our transgender son. We watched and waited for him to be insistent, consistent, and persistent about his gender identity. We started at home by calling him his new name and pronouns, and by the 2nd month, we could hardly recognize the child that we had before. There were smiles, and there was laughter, and there was finally joy. When our son turned 11, 2 years after coming out, he started to show signs of puberty. We were lucky enough that we were able to put him on blockers. The blockers were a way for us to push pause. They gave us time and him time to explore his gender identity. The best news was that even if he changed his mind, which we didn't think was going to happen, the worst thing that would happen is that he would go off the blockers and go through female puberty. Without blockers, our son would have developed breasts. He would have started a menstrual cycle. These are 2 big things that his body and mind would not be aligned on. I have talked to him at length about where he thinks he would be today if those things had started to happen to him, and he told me without blinking an eye that he would be dead. Here-
I'm sorry to
Oh,
interrupt.
that's fine.
Yeah, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Any
I'll
questions?
turn it back over.
Glad you're the one who said that, not me.
Sorry, is there any questions?
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. You see if there's any questions real quick. Any questions from the committee? Just want to make sure. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
We're on the right track.
And we'll take our next testifier in opposition. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Dr. Echo Kohler, ECHOKOEHLER. I have a doctor of nursing practice degree, have been a registered nurse for 20 years, and a nurse educator for the past 15 years. I am here on behalf of the Nebraska Nurses Association, speaking in opposition of LB 574. My comments are based upon the American Nurses Association's position statement opposing restrictions on transgender healthcare and criminalizing gender-affirming care in October 2022. The following statements represent the NNA's position. The American Nurses Association Code of Ethics outlines the ethical values and duties of nurses and calls for nurses to respect human dignity and the right to self-determination. Nurses must always stress human rights protection with particular attention to preserving the human rights of vulnerable populations, including transgender and gender diverse youth. Nurses provide gender-affirming care, including social, medical, surgical, and legal affirmation interventions to transgender and gender diverse individuals across varied settings and in collaboration with other healthcare professionals. This bill threatens healthcare professionals, including nurses and advanced practice nurses who provide gender affirming care to judicial process and other legal action. This restrictive law interferes with the trust and confidentiality between patients, parents, guardians, clinicians, and the delivery of evidence-based care. Legislative interfering with gender affirming care would be devastating to transgender and gender diverse youth as they experience higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide, as you've heard. The legislative intent and medical claims behind this law is not grounded in reputable science and conflict with the nurse's obligation to promote, advocate, and protect the rights, health, and safety of patients. The Nebraska Nurses Association is the overarching organization of 30,000 plus registered nurses in Nebraska. We ask you to please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to testify. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier in opposition on this side of the room. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sam Witt, spelled SAMWHITT. I live in Kearney, District 37. I'm just going to jump to the third paragraph. I didn't have blockers or trans care as a youth, and now I have to bind every day more than 12 hours. And I have to go through PPD twice. Binding is an article of clothing that suppresses the chest to flatten it. It's only recommended to bind for 8 hours a day and to take 1 day off a week. I worked night shift 12 hours, and I've been up since 3:30 yesterday so I could make it here today in this binder. It's not comfortable, let me tell you. I cannot, I lost where I was. That without taking a chance of outing myself at work. So instead, I, like many trans males, bind for more than recommended time. Also, being denied trans care as a youth increases the cost of trans as an adult. In order for me to stop binding, I would have to have top surgery for $6,000 to $10,000, which does not include the loss of income, missing work, recovery, or the consolation fees. Most insurance companies won't pay for top surgery either. As a trans male, I have to get a hysterectomy. During a hysterectomy, the cervix, fallopian tubes, and or ovaries are being removed. That cost in Nebraska is $6,357 cash price at a surgery center and $11,971 cash price at an outpatient hospital. I don't have that money. I also have the cost of being off work for 6 weeks, the cost of the visits before and after the surgery. I just want to say, I hope you guys don't go with this bill.
Thank you for coming to testify. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll take our next testifier in opposition on this side. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Hansen and members of the committee. My name is Jesse McGrath, JESSIEMCGRATH. I trace my Nebraska heritage back to 1887 when my great-great-grandmother homesteaded in the Dundee County area. I'm a graduate of a Nebraska high school, the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and the University of Nebraska-Lincoln College of Law. I'm also a transgender woman. I came out 8 years ago and transitioned on the job as a deputy district attorney for the Los Angeles County DA's office, but make no mistake about it, I bleed Husker red. I'm tired. I'm tired of the attacks on trans people and trans youth that is going on across this country. It's organized, it's grouped together, and we see the same people coming and testifying at these hearings across the country. And none of them come from the state that they're testifying in. How many Nebraskan youth that feel that they were hurt by transition care testified here today? Very few, if any. How many trans youth who are receiving this gender-affirming care are here to tell you that it works? I'm tired. I'm tired of being attacked, but I'm a proud trans person. And I knew when I was young that I was trans. If the information that exists today, the technology and this treatment existed when I was that age, I would have transitioned then because I knew. And I have talked to so many people that are my age or younger that have transitioned later in life. We all knew. These kids know, and you should know that we exist and that we are people and that we deserve appropriate medical care to treat the condition that we have. And I want to thank you for allowing me to come back to my home state. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll take probably about 2 more testifiers, depending on the time, but we'll take the first one from here.
Greetings. I'm Evelyn Freeman. That's Evelynn. Freeman, Freeman. And I was born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm trans and I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. I'm a mental health therapist. I work primarily with transgender adults and adolescents. Accordingly, you could say LB 574 certainly affects my business, but I'm not worried about the lack of patients. What I am worried about is minimizing harm. Medical transition can be life-saving. This is true in both adults and adolescents. A 2022 study, which you've already heard many times, indicates that gender-affirming hormones and/or puberty blockers reduced rates of suicidality and depression compared to transgender adolescents who did not have access to those resources. This is not isolated data and represents the current understanding of the benefits of gender transition, which would be prohibited under LB 574. As a professional, I can attest to this. What I can also attest to is that many of the adolescents and adults I work with now are scared. They're worried about what this could mean for them, their friends, and their community. Harm has already been done, but it's not gender-affirming care that's causing it. The harm is the threat of dishonest government overreach that will remove these life-saving options from our residents. As a mental health professional, I want to clarify that no competent professional is going to hand a letter to a child who waltzes into a clinic without a thorough evaluative process. Critically absent in LB 574 is the recognition of the benefits of gender-affirming care. I've already discussed the reduction in depression and suicidality, but I will also attest to the joy, euphoria, and relief people feel from living authentically. I get to see this in my job, and I've experienced it personally. If I had the opportunity to start gender-affirming care in my adolescence, it would have allowed me the opportunity to spend years enjoying my adolescence rather than retreating from the world due to gender dysphoria-induced depression. Please oppose LB 574. Thank you for your time, and if you have any further questions, I invite you to speak to me in my practice, or I can tell you more about why I do what I do.
Thank you for coming to testify. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming. We'll take one more from this side of the room.
Hi, y'all. My name is Reverend Juniper Meadows. We share pronouns. That's JUNIPERMEADOWS, and I am an ordained minister of the living tradition of Unitarian Universalism and serve as the minister of Second Unitarian Church of Omaha, and I'm a trans woman. I like to think that I'm an example of what happens when you love people, when they're hard to love, when you love across misunderstanding, when you love one another into realness, right? This legislation, 574, chases problems that do not exist, as healthcare professionals have told you, as trans people have told you, families, children. Y'all, nobody wants to fight this culture war. Nobody wants to fight this culture war. And you all, and Nebraska would not be the first state power to push down the research or the healthcare provided to trans people. I think we had a friend recently who mentioned in Germany, the Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft, which was established over 100 years ago at the turn of the 20th century, lasted about 40 years before it was put to the fire by the Third Reich. I don't think that's the spirit any of us want to live into. I think we here in Nebraska can open our hearts up to difference, diversity, other ways of being, recognize that trans people are a way that people get to participate in the act of creation for the same reason God made grapes but not wine, or grain but not bread, so that we get to participate in the process and the beloved joy of characterizing and qualifying our life on our terms, and to take that decision from families and children and doctors and that sacred relationship that they have, and to interject the state's role in that relationship as something other than fiscal is irresponsible and ultimately, friends, unkind. Follow the call of love. Say no to this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Meadows, for being here. I did want to, I haven't said this for a while, so I'm just going to take a moment to remind anybody that's watching in this room or at home that if you are struggling, you are not alone. And please, you can text START to 678-678, or you can call 1-866-488-7386. You're not alone, and there are people here that want to help you and care for you, so please reach out. Thank you for bearing with me on that, Reverend. I've never heard the expression, God made grapes but not wine.
I stole that from someone on Twitter. But it does speak to me. It does speak to my understanding of theology and our role as the created beings and also the co-creators of this world and the co-creators of our own lives. We all are telling stories here.
Yeah.
We're all co-creators in this world.
I really appreciate that. It feels like it can be applied to so much in society. Your testimony, everyone's testimony spoke so much to me, and I believe you are our last testifier, correct? Yes. And so I just felt like I would be remiss. I didn't ask questions to a lot of our testifiers, not because I didn't have questions to ask, but I wanted to make sure, and I think we all want to make sure that as many people got to share their voices today. And so I just very much appreciate that you came, not only for your congregation, but for the people that you represent as a person and your congregation, and for sharing yourselves. That's a lot of grace that you have given us today, so thank you.
Thank you for your grace, Senator.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you all.
Yep, thank you for coming too. For those of you who are not able to testify, make sure you have that white sheet filled out.
Where?
Well, make sure. The right side. So what this does is the people who are here unable to testify, it still records your presence here, and it still records your position on this, which is just as important. So then we have, and it's on the record, letting everybody know how many people were here and then what position they were at. So we'll have those white sheets filled out there, so you can grab one and fill it out. Make sure you turn it in. So that way.
There's somebody out there that'll collect your green sheet.
Yes.
You guys also have not spelled the white sheet, so we haven't sent the white sheet right now.
Leave your testimony with your green sheet.
Yes.
Yes.
Even though we're not on record, I just want to say that your disingenuous questions were not missed, and that we noticed that you ate up our time, and that it's crap that I waited here for 6.5 hours twice and not me.
I 100%.
Or her.
I 100% saved our time.
I just want you all to know that we noticed your disingenuous questions eating up our time, and that it was noticed.
So what was this people at the front of the line? I know you were good intention, but you have a lot to fucking think about.